Recording in progress.
Mr. Chair, we're on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Welcome everyone to the December 1st hearing of Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. If you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is visible nation under God. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, how about items 2 and 3, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. And I do have an additional note for our South County viewers. I did receive word from our county TV staff that the word from Cox Cable is that they are not receiving our signal. So for those who are tuning in or attempting to tune in for South County, TV is not going to be an option to watch the hearing today. The options would be either logging into the meeting or watching the stream on the county's website or on the county's YouTube channel. And so I believe our TV staff are going to scroll a message on that as well. Would you like me to move on to the roll call, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, great.
The Coyote Hills cannabis operation. And then we also have a appeal of an ADU. And then we have a update from Mr. Clement in Long Range Planning on the status of the sea level rise or coastal resiliency program amendment that's we're in coordination with the Coastal Commission on. And then we also have a briefing on Senate Bill 9, as well as we did add on the agenda a discussion amongst the commission on the shopping center zoning requirements discussion that we had started a couple weeks back. And then moving on, December 15th, we talked at our last meeting about setting a special hearing in order to make those findings to have remote hearings. So today the request is for the Planning Commission to set a special hearing on December 15th at 9:30 a.m. to just convene and make those findings, and then we'll remain remote into January, and then we can reconsider how we want to meet after we get through the first of the year. So that would be the action request on the projection report today. The Montecito Planning Commission will be meeting that same day at 9 a.m. to make the same findings, and they'll be done by 9:30, and then we'll start with the County Planning Commission. And then moving to January 12th, that'll be the first meeting of the new year. And we have a cannabis operation in Carpinteria, the Van Wingerden cannabis operation. And then we have a safety element update briefing to the Planning Commission in regards to the vulnerability assessment that went to the board a few weeks back. And then moving down, January 28th, another cannabis operation in Carpinteria. And then moving into February, an appeal of the El Dorado Gardens cannabis operation. And then we have February 9th, the Vanden Bosch appeal of a single family dwelling. And then we also have an appeal of another cannabis cultivation project in the Buellton area on February 9th. And we're already out to February 23rd. We have some Crown Castle Telecom projected for that date to go to hearing. Other projects that aren't on the projection report, but that will probably be showing up after the first year is a rather large project in the Santa Maria area, which is the Arctic Cold Freezer Refrigeration project that's off of Betaravia. That one is anticipated to go to hearing probably sometime in January, but we'll keep the commission updated. So that concludes the projection report. We do ask if the commission would make that motion for a special hearing on December 15th.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
So moved.
And
I'll second it, but I might just kind of try to piggyback something on that a little bit later. So there you go. But
Okay.
we're seconded.
I will too. I will make one comment about it. It seems to me, considering we have a new virus component and no one knows what the hell we're doing with it, should we consider extending the remote meetings beyond January? Maybe do it as much as March so we don't have to renotice it and do it again. Obviously, we could stop having the remote hearings, but do we want to give ourselves the ability to have remote hearings and not have to do another special hearing in order to have it happen? It's a question.
Okay, I see Ms. Richardson has an answer. So, Ms. Richardson, good morning.
Chair Freeney and Commissioners. So currently, to remain remote, legislative bodies have to make this determination within every 30 days. So even if you intend to continue to make it out to March, we'll have to formally take an action periodically between now and then.
Well, that raises a question. We talked earlier about being able to participate remotely at will, or is that not the case?
Right. So if the commission decided to not continue to make these findings, you could remain remote, but every remote location would have to be noticed and available to the public. So that's another potential option that I know you've discussed before as well.
So we're going to discuss that at the hearing on the 15th.
We can get into more details when the commission is deciding whether or not to make the determination. We can go through all the different options. And
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Director Plowman, did you want to weigh in? Or are you okay?
Mr. Chair, I think that's fine. I think it'd just be great to take the action on the 15th, and then we can reconsider in January when we know a little bit more what's happening. And then the commission can make a determination then about whether they want to make another 30-day finding to take us to February.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're good with that. We've got our meeting set there for the 15th.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have a motion in a second, but we haven't voted on that yet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Could you do roll call, please?
All right, thank you. Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public speakers for items not on today's agenda?
I believe all of our speakers are signed up for items on our standard agenda, but if anyone present wants to speak on items not on our agenda, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. I'm not seeing any takers.
Okay, very good. Moving on to item 7, it would be Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Anybody have anything?
Yes, I do. And I can.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
There you go. Oh, good. I pushed
Yeah,
that
there
button.
you go.
So I have a one very short thing and one thing that's a little longish. Short thing is I got my hair cut, and the longish thing is how do I start here? There's a brewing controversy about the environmental review of our proposed ag enterprise ordinance. And that's an ordinance that staff's been working hard on, and I fully support their efforts in the effort to do one. But there is this controversy. I'm running head on into it because I've been leading groups that are exploring ag tourism in this county. And by the way, everybody remembers 7 years ago, Commissioner Cooney, that you came back from Italy and talked about staying in an ag turismo. So that must have had a lot of impact on people. Nevertheless, and then I was also asked by Jeff Lindgren, who heads the Parks Division of Community Services, and Wood Consulting, and Supervisor Hartman, because of my contacts with ag landowners, to lead the public outreach effort on the recreational master plan, particularly to those people. So I hear a lot from folks. And the controversy is this, is a number of people believe that the current, shall we say, scope of the environmental review that's proposed, the NLP just went out last week on this, notice of preparation, is very, very narrow. And the concern is that by the time it comes to the Planning Commission and then onto the board, there will be a great deal of opposition. And then we'll get into this conundrum we get into when we review draft ordinances that, well, gosh, the environmental review's already been done. And if you're going to change the ordinance, now we have to recirculate it, and we have to, the expense of preparing something different, sending it out, and then especially the delay, because the original understanding is we would actually have this ordinance in effect right about now. So the motion that I'm going to make next week is that the chair, under his authority to put something on the agenda, put on the agenda a hearing on the Ag Enterprise Ordinance's proposed environmental review, so we can get involved in the scoping of that project. And so I'm just giving you fair warning what I intend to do next week. I've had some attempt to talk with senior management at P&D. It's been a very hard time for people to talk to each other because of holidays and this and that. But I would hope that if everyone has the time, I could sit down with Chair Farini and Secretary Wilson and Director Plowman to discuss this further before our next meeting. But nevertheless, I'm giving warning that I will make that a motion at that time. And I'm one reason I want to do that is you all know that I'm of course interested in the merits of every project we do, but I kind of have a secret agenda, and that is I want people in this county to respect the planning process and not to feel that they're left out, that there's that the staff runs everything and ignores them. I want people to think we have a good, fair process, and that's one reason I will be doing this. Okay, that's my report.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, this is kind of a question. It seems to me, Commissioner Park, what you're asking for is to agendize the scope of the review, and I don't think you have to make a motion next week. We can't discuss the actual scope today because it's not on today's agenda, but I don't think there's anything that would prevent you from making a motion today to put that on a future meeting as an agenda item. I don't think that violates the rules, and I'll defer to Ms. Richardson to make sure I'm correct. But I think I agree with you. I think if we allow the public to participate in the scoping process, that will solve a lot of your problems about people being concerned that they didn't get to participate soon enough. Ms. Richardson, could you tell me if I'm right or wrong?
Well, we'll go with Director Plowman next. Thank you, Commissioner Blau.
Thank you, Mr.
But
Chair.
I don't want to do it today.
Thank you. I think it would be a good idea before we get too far down the road to have a meeting with the chair and Commissioner Park to talk about what the public process is for scoping. So it's already a public process. And typically you'll have a scoping hearing where people will have an opportunity to comment on the scope of the document, which is why you release the notice of preparation. So that's already underway, but I'm happy to schedule a meeting to talk with the chair and Commissioner Park and see if we can't get this resolved in another, through our standard procedures and process.
Yeah.
Okay.
And responding to Commissioner Blau, I don't disagree with him, but I just think it's more appropriate to involve P&D in this, and to just, it's just more respectful to P&D and to the commission as a whole to talk about that this is going to happen, but then make the motion next week if need be, instead of doing it today. So I appreciate Commissioner Blau's comments, but I just think it's better to do what I've suggested.
And that'll be fine, but let me just weigh in and say that I think what the difference is not to do the scoping in the normal way we do it, but to do it at a commission hearing that we hold on our typical Wednesday meeting. And I think that's a difference. To tell you the truth, although I look at those notice of preparations, I've never actually been aware of a date and time for the scoping hearing. And I think that's a lot of what you're talking about, that people don't understand that scoping hearing occurs, when it occurs, how it occurs, where they do understand the planning commission hearing process that we go through every Wednesday. I think that's why I agree with you. I think it would, for me, I think it would shorten up our review process because we get more people involved early, as opposed to having to go back and recirculate or bring the staff back and answer questions. Is that what you're getting at?
That's the general idea. And I've, yeah, and we'll talk about process more. Talk about it next week.
And Mr. Chair, I think what we ought to do is have a conversation before next meeting so we can talk about what's in process now and whether or not that needs some expansion or whether or not it's sufficient, and how we can make sure that we get the word out to people about the process. Typically, our notices do include information about a hearing. So, and we've made a lot of effort to reach out to the community, and we have no problem including people in that scoping process. In fact, we've had a lot of internal discussions about wanting it to be broad enough to give flexibility to the commission. But I don't want to talk about it anymore because I know council is going to raise her hand. And so
Okay.
the three of us will have a conversation before the next meeting.
Am I one of the three of us?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay, good.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Look forward
Sure.
to hearing. Commissioner Bridley.
I wasn't sure if I wanted to say anything, but I completely defer to Director Plowman, and having sat through lots of scoping hearings, some of them can be very boring, but I guess just in process, I just want to support staff in not duplicating what has to happen under SEQA with the normal scoping hearings, which are normally held by a senior staff member, and it goes to a different kind of audience sometimes. I really appreciate Commissioner Park's effort to try to bring this and flesh out issues early, and hoping that there's some sort of compromise on this. But I would be very concerned about making a policy decision about having scoping hearings in front of the Planning Commission by accident, just because we're going to do it for this case. So I can see it both sides. So I will look forward to the report next week on how you guys have mastered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are we done with everybody's informational reports? Yeah, okay, let's move on then with Director Plowman's director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has not been a lot of activity that I need to report on to you. I know that Commissioner Blau spoke of the new variant, Omicron. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. And we're just sort of uncertain about what that's going to mean in terms of infection rates in the U.S. and then even in our community. And so we're just sitting tight and trying to pay attention to what our public health department is saying and following the procedures that Dr. Anzorg and Dr. De Reynoso are recommending. So we will monitor and keep the Planning Commission apprised. And of course, in January, we will probably know more, and we can have discussions then about how the commission wants to proceed. So the only other thing I have to report on is to say happy December. Can you believe it's December? Where did the year go? Yeah. And Chair Farini, you're almost done with your tour of duty.
It's just zoomed by, hasn't it? Yeah.
I know, right?
Yes.
Right. I did want to let you know just the upcoming things at the board. The Cresco appeal is on next week on the 7th, and so is the Oasis project at the board. That hearing has been transitioned up to Santa Maria. So normally that would have been a Santa Barbara hearing, but it's in Santa Maria because of the Oasis project. We wanted to accommodate the members of the public who wanted to appear. And then the Bien Nacido appeal is going to be on the 14th. That hearing will be in Santa Barbara. And we have also the Santa Barbara Ranch periodic review appeal on the 14th as well. I did want to mention that there is the 5-year forecasting project, or report is being presented by the CEO's office on the 7th as well. So that's interesting if the commission members have a curiosity about what the projections are for over the next 5 years. That would be something you might want to pay attention to. And I think that's it for me today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
5-year projection report, Director Plowman, 5-year projection of what?
So forecast. So it's the 5-year forecast of our budget.
Oh,
The budget, the county
Okay.
budget. Yeah, I'm
All
sorry,
right.
I didn't use that term.
We got a lot of projections around here, so I just
We
want
got a lot of projections.
Sorry, thank you.
It's true. It's true.
Okay, very good.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Oh, there's one. There he is, Commissioner Park.
So this is a sensitive subject, but there's a rumor floating around that all planning commission hearings will end at 2:00 next year so that Chairman-elect Cooney can go to baseball practice. That is true.
I'll vote yes on that one.
Okay. I'll make that motion next week also.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
Just want to say, anticipating what might be the case next year at this point is a fool's folly. We are going to be very efficient, and I think naturally meetings will go exactly as they have under Chair Farini. He keeps a gentle hand on wildly disparate attempts to bring other matters in at the wrong time of the agenda. Commissioner Park has never let that stop him. And I'd like, as to his first item, which hair did you cut, John? I know you said you cut one, but
Over behind this ear.
okay, got it. Thank you.
Touche. I love it.
I love, yeah. Okay. So Secretary Wilson, do we discuss item 9 at all or just go right on to 10?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we don't need to discuss item 9. It's just information only. We can go into the standard agenda now.
Okay, well, let's move on to the standard agenda then. And Mr. Villalobos, could you read item 1 into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of 92nd G5 LLC, applicant to consider case number 19 CUP 40 to allow a 3.78 acre cannabis operation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Ex parte and site visit disclosures of the commission. Commissioner Bradley.
I met with the appellant, I think in late October. And in late October, I went to a site visit and I had a nice long meeting with Mr. Stein. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, I did a North County general site visit this past Sunday, and I had a lot of trouble finding this property. But after comparing it with Google Maps later, I realized I was there. So at least I know generally where it is.
The big red barn. Okay, and Commissioner Park.
Kind of have to report the same thing. I was out there the day before yesterday and thought I would drive by, and I couldn't find it. And then I think I was even looking on the wrong side of the road. But I'm generally very familiar with the area and people that own property there. But so I don't know if that's a site visit or not. At least I've disclosed it. It's an attempted site visit.
Okay.
Chairman Farini, I'm sorry, I have a correction. I misspoke. I was thinking of item number 3, but I did not do a site visit, but I did speak to Mr. White. And if it's any consolation for our other commissioners, Google Maps has 2 addresses for this. So I was actually between Solving and Buellton in my aerial photo research, but I found Mr. White actually directed me to the right property. So I guess it's just a mystery location no matter what. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And Ms. Richardson?
Morning again, Commission. So before we get into the staff report, I just wanted to briefly introduce another attorney in our office that you'll be seeing a lot more of. So on the screen is Jeff Brax. He joined our office several months ago and previously worked at Sonoma and Napa counties. And he has a lot of experience in land use. You'll be seeing a lot more of him, and he's rounding out our land use group. So this is, I believe, his first project that he's reviewed for the Planning Commission, but he will be a very familiar face soon. Thank you.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Brax.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll weigh in on ex parte. I did visit the site on yesterday. No contact with the applicants, but am now more familiarized with the site. Okay, and with that, then we can move on to staff presentation. Will it be Ms. Baylor?
Good morning.
There you are.
Hi,
Good morning.
everybody. I'll wait for the slides to be ready, and then I'll get started. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Good morning, everybody. Gwen Baylor here. And this morning, I'm going to be presenting the 92nd G25 Cannabis Project. Next slide. The 10-acre subject property shown in purple is located 1,500 feet east of Lompoc off of Highway 246. The project is adjacent to the road number 3 EDRN, which is zoned Ag 1 to the north, and is surrounded by parcels zoned Ag 2 100. The parcel to the south contains an approved cannabis operation. Access to the subject parcel is taken off of Highway 246. The project requires a major conditional use permit to allow a cannabis operation located on a parcel that is adjacent to an EDRN. Next slide. The project is for 4.17 acres of cultivation under hoops. The project would have up to 5 regular employees and up to 50 additional employees during harvests, which would take place 4 times per year and last up to 28 days each time. The project would utilize a legal non-conforming barn for storage of farm equipment and 3 new 120 square foot sheds for storage of pesticides, tools, files, and materials. The project includes installation of fencing, motion sensor security lighting, and new landscaping around the perimeter of the parcel. The odor abatement plan includes a vapor phase odor control system along the northern property line that borders the road number 3 EDRN and along the eastern portion of the property bordering Highway 246. The project proposes to use approximately 7.2 acre feet per year of water, and water will continue to be provided by an on-site well that draws from the Lompoc Upland Subbasin of the Santa Ynez River groundwater basin. The project does not include any on-site processing. Next slide. Here is the parcel. Access will be provided off of Highway 246 by an existing driveway that will be modified to meet Caltrans standards. Parking will be located near the entrance to the parcel and in the southwest corner of the parcel. The proposed fencing is shown with a dashed pink line. The 3 new sheds and the legal non-conforming barn are shown in red. The well is shown in blue, the proposed downward facing motion sensor light fixtures are shown with yellow stars, and the areas that will be used for cultivation under hoops are outlined in green. The outhouse and produce stand that will be demolished are shown in black. Proposed landscaping is shown by colorful circles located around the parcel perimeter, with dense landscaping proposed between Highway 246 and the project site. Next slide, please. The proposed project is consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the land use element, the agricultural element, and the conservation element, which covers groundwater resource policies. A complete discussion of these standards and policies, along with the project consistency analysis, can be found in section 6.2 and 6.3 of the staff report. The estimated water use for irrigation under the proposed project is approximately 7.2 acre-feet per year, which is under the 12 acre-feet per year threshold for projects located in the Lompoc Basin. Next slide. The proposed project is consistent with standards of the Land Use and Development Code, including the Ag 2 zone standards and the Cannabis Ordinance. The project includes a landscaping and screening plan to screen the project from public viewing areas, a lighting plan consisting of motion sensor light fixtures, a plan for fencing the cannabis premises, a site transportation demand management plan to reduce vehicle trips to the site, a habitat protection plan in compliance with the PEIR, and an odor abatement plan. Next slide. While cannabis projects located in an Ag 2 zone district do not require an odor abatement plan, an OAP is required for this project because the permit path requires a conditional use permit. The OAP, which is certified by a certified industrial hygienist, specifies that the primary odor emitting activity will be the harvesting of mature plants 4 times annually. Harvested cannabis will be trucked off-site, and no processing, including drying, curing, or trimming, will occur on site. The OAP includes a new vapor phase odor control system that will be installed along the area shown with the orange dashed line. The OAP is compliant with all LUDC requirements. Next slide. The project relies on the PEIR prepared for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and Licensing Program pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15162, as documented by the written checklist prepared pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15168. The checklist is included as Attachment C to the staff report. No additional environmental review is required. Next slide. Staff recommends that you make the required findings for approval included in Attachment A, determine that the PEIR is adequate and no additional environmental review is needed, and grant approval of the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baylor. Any questions of the commission? Commissioner Cooney, your hand's up. Maybe.
All right. That's
Okay.
a mistake. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Well, one, I want to thank you for such a thorough presentation, and I always appreciate seeing you on a project. I'd like to meet all the new planners that we have, and there's a lot of them, but it's good to see some veterans on these cannabis projects. So I kind of have 2 questions. The first one is on the odor abatement. You probably know from watching other hearings, I'm a strong proponent of these adaptive management plan provisions to kind of see how things go and then field all the complaints in a very logical, complete manner. And then if things need to be changed, and get them changed. And we've had those kind of provisions in Carpinteria projects now. We've had them in the Central Coast Agriculture. We've kind of required them of a lot of things, especially when we have a CUP. And I realized from my sneak look at the presentation by the applicant that those are part of the project description, or many of them are. I just wonder if you've compared the adaptive management plan provisions proposed for this project with those that we've incorporated into, for example, the CCA project and others of that sort.
Yes, Commissioner Park, through the chair, thank you for your question. Yeah, I believe that this odor abatement plan, and specifically the adaptive management component, is pretty similar to the Central Coast Ag project In particular, the Central Coast Ag Project also utilizes a vapor phase system, and part of the adaptive management component for both projects is having a fully operational vapor phase system at the onset of cultivation. So that's going to be required no matter what. And then really the timing of when the vapor phase solution will be emitted and dispersed through the piping is the adaptive component. And this odor abatement plan has that kind of similar adaptive management component integrated into the OAP, including, as required by the LUDC, the best available control technology analysis as needed. But really the adaptive management component is the timing of when the vapor phase solution will be dispersed.
Well, that leads to a little follow-up question is, Cecilia Brown taught me the first thing to look at when you open a file is the public comment letters and see what controversy is going on. And that'll help define the issues to focus on. And so I went to that and I thought, well, maybe my computer isn't working because there is no public comment letters. There doesn't seem to be any opposition. And then I looked several times and I realized I'm getting the same results. So maybe my computer is working. And when I see those kinds of things, and that's what drives me to look more deeply into the exact wording of those OAPs and adaptive management. But so, you're fielding the phone calls on this thing. Are you getting calls of opposition, or is there no opposition to this project?
Yeah, great question. I think that the applicant can speak to this a little bit, but I will say that I have spoken with one member of the public for this project, and that was many months ago. They raised some concerns to me, and the applicant really quickly coordinated with that person. The member of the public wanted to talk directly to the applicant, and I think the applicant was able to abate any concerns that they had. I haven't seen any public comment letters, and I haven't heard any feedback from this member of the public since that one time. So to answer your question, no, I don't think there have been any concerns, any significant concerns about odor for this project.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Does the applicant have a presentation?
We do, yes.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. So if the PowerPoint can be brought up, please.
Yes, sir. We're working on it. Just give us just a couple seconds.
Of course. All right. Good morning, Chair Freeney and fellow commissioners. My name is Troy White with TW Land Planning and Development. I'm the agent for the applicant 92nd G25 LLC, which is a subsidiary entity of the Shrine Group, a large California-based cannabis company, which you will hear more about later. I want to thank staff for the great presentation and their hard work over the past 2 years to get to this point. I'd like now to provide a broad overview of the project and touch on just a few points that we feel are worthy of the Commission's consideration. My presentation will be followed by a few closing words from the Shrine Group's Corporate Counsel, Eric Lightman. Jay Pareto, Shrine Group's Director of Cultivation and Extraction, is also available to respond to any questions after this presentation. Our landscape architect and odor consultant are also available. Next slide. The Red Barn project is located at 851 East Highway 246 in Lompoc. The 10-acre parcel is agriculturally zoned and is surrounded by other ranch and farming operations. The property was acquired by the current property owner in 2018 for the express purpose of cannabis cultivation consistent with county LUDC allowances. The property has been leased to 92nd G25, the applicant, which is a Shrine-related business entity. It is worth noting that the product's cultivation grow area is limited to 41.7% of the lot, less than 50%. Next slide. The proposed 10-acre cannabis grow area will be cultivated under 79 coops, all of which will be set back a minimum of 50 feet from all property lines. There will be four harvest periods per year, each lasting no longer than 1 month. Staffing will be 1 to 5 full-time employees with an additional 25 to 50 staff brought on to assist during planting and harvest. Site entry is from a large existing driveway located off of Highway 246. Employees, vendors, and visitors will utilize this driveway to access the site. Once on site, employees will have access to 24 dedicated parking spaces. All employees will be required to participate in the product's site transportation demand management plan, which incentivizes alternative transportation and carpooling and mandates that all contract employers provide shuttle bus service to the property. Finally, we have dedicated staging loading zones on the property to facilitate the expedited removal of harvested product from the fields and to Shrine's processing facility located just a few minutes away within the city of Lompoc. Next slide, please. As required by the LUDC, the product will be screened from the immediate proximate public views from Highway 246, as well as distant views from the west. Lush, fragrant buffers are proposed along the eastern and northern property lines. The photo at the bottom of the slide is of the proposed landscape condition after 5 years. As a goodwill gesture to our neighbor to the north, we have also elected to plant a substantial number of trees, shrubs, and perennials along the northern property line, including several fragrant plant species. We should note that the product was favorably reviewed by NBAR with only very minor comments received. The plans before you today reflect those minor changes requested. Next slide. As required by the LUDC, the project has an odor abatement plan. The plan was prepared in consultation with Mr. Scott Cohen of CESP Consulting, professional engineer and certified industrial hygienist. Briefly, the project will utilize an adaptive management approach to the mitigation of odors from the cannabis cultivation. The adaptive management will include a tiered system to mitigate odors. All harvested material will be removed from site or frozen within 4 hours of harvest. It should be noted that we met with the adjacent neighbor on site to fine-tune the OAP, and we are committed to investigating and responding to any odor complaints within 1 hour. Next slide. In the event of unresolved or recurring or continuing odor events, this is part of the adaptive management, Shrine is committed to working with experts to develop a comprehensive report of current best practices, to undertake all reasonably available adaptive management actions, and to retest to identify if the reported odor has been abated. We should also now note that in addition to the equipment and methods outlined in the OAP, the project landscape plan was crafted specifically to include fragrant vegetation buffers along the eastern and northern property lines. Next slide. Over the past years, we have redesigned the project several times in order to increase project setbacks and incorporate additional landscape screening. Project lighting is minimal in order to maintain the rural character of the area. Shrine is also voluntarily committed to no more than 4 harvests per year. There will be no on-site processing, and cannabis flower will be removed from the site the same day it is harvested. All parking will be provided on site. Carpooling, van pulling incentives will also be provided. As with any new project, Shrine understands that there may be questions or concerns from its neighbors as the project becomes operational. Shrine will provide its contact information to all neighbors. Shrine is committed to maintaining an open dialogue with its neighbors and to working cooperatively with any issues as they may arise. I'd like to now turn over the presentation to Shrine's in-house legal counsel, Mr. Eric Lightman. Next slide.
Good morning. Yeah, this is Eric Lightman. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration here. I'm corporate counsel, as Troy said, also head up business development. So just a little bit of background. This has been a very important project for us, and I want to thank Gwen for all her hard work on this and putting the presentation and everything together. This has been something that we've been really excited about for the past 2 years or a year and a half in getting through this process. And, you know, I just want to stress our commitment to our neighbors and to the community to be a good neighbor and to be very aware of, you know, any kind of concerns that might be present because of cultivating there at that farm. I take it upon myself to do some outreach as much as possible and be very responsive to any concerns from our neighbors. Other than that, I just want to also emphasize that, the team that we have there is very professional. We've been doing this for several years throughout the state of California. And we look forward to setting up a small farm there in Santa Barbara. And we look forward to getting this underway as soon as we can. Thanks so much.
All right, next slide. And that concludes our presentation. And if there's any questions, of course, we're happy to address those. Thank you so much.
Chair, I believe you're on mute.
I was on mute. Probably my best speech ever, too. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Mr. White, couple questions from me, and then I see Commissioner Park and Commissioner Bridley. I did want to commend your presentation, showing us the acres and the cycles going on. I think it really helps the commission understand what you're doing. Also, the lack of any opposition shows that you've been doing your job ahead of time. Speaking for the commission and myself especially, we appreciate that this is kind of fun to see. So in the interest of learning a little bit from you, those harvest periods, did you say those were 30 days per harvest period?
Correct, that is correct.
So there will be a total of 100, estimated 120 days of harvesting.
Yes, sir.
And that's interesting. And then I think it said 70 people at peak during peak harvest. So those 50 to 70, or am I misquoting your numbers?
So we're going to have 5 full-time staff and then 25 to 50 seasonal staff. So it'd be a maximum of 55 people during those harvest periods.
But the 25 to 50, that's for the 30-day harvest cycle. That's when they're going to be brought in, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that would really be, 4 times a year, however you handle the traffic, but that would be the highest impact time, if you would.
Of course, and the site transportation management plan is really intended to address that traffic. So when we're bringing on contract seasonal staff, they'll be arriving via van pool, but buses, shuttles, vans. So the impact, to that portion of Lompoc, there's not going to be 50 cars showing up, if that's your concern. And of course, we'll have the trucking operation. We'll have 2 trucks running and about 4 trips per day per truck. So 8 truck trips total heading to our processing facility within the city of Lompoc.
Very nice. Okay. That's all I got. Thank you, Mr. White. Commissioner Park.
Yeah, this is just to follow up to Commissioner Freeney's questions. On the one thing I didn't quite understand is the 4 harvests. And what we typically see, and you know that, Mr. White, because you've done other projects in front of us, and you and I have discussed them. We'll typically see, well, we're probably going to have 2 crops, one main crop and then another crop, but we like the ability to go to 3, and not too many people ever do 3. So, but this is the first I've heard of 4 outdoors, and then there are, significant enough crops that each one's going to take 30 days to harvest it. Could you illuminate us about that a little bit, how there will be 4 crops?
Yeah, so essentially on the other projects that you and I have worked on together, and then of course that this commission has seen, a lot of those projects are taking plants typically from a seed or seedling and doing the full growth cycle in the field. In our situation, we'll be working with contract nursery growers either within the county or outside of the county to deliver what's called an immature plant. So it's a more mature, immature plant that's not flowering. So, and we use a process called light deprivation. So not utilizing actual physical light, but sort of tricking the plant, if you will, by messing with its light cycles in order to stimulate the flowering period, which of course is the end product for cannabis. So by doing so, we're able to have one additional grow. We'll be able to get 4 grows on this property by bringing in a more mature product from a nursery.
Well, these days, now that I'm retired, one of my pleasures in life is wandering around with extended site visits. And since you denied me that pleasure this time by not inviting me, I would like to come out if this is in fact approved. I would hope that you would invite me out to see this once you get things installed, so I could understand that better. It's just an interesting model that I've not been exposed to before. Follow-up question though is, you mentioned today, and then I think also in some of your written materials, about consulting with the neighbors. So which neighbor are you talking about?
So I did actually email you, but I never heard back. So I figured you were busy over Thanksgiving. So
that says more about me than you. That talks about my response to email.
But I'd be happy, of course, to have you to any of the sites that I'm working on. It's always a good time to see you. But in any case, relative to your other question, it was related to, it escapes me right now.
Who's the neighbor you consulted?
So
I still don't know exactly where this is. I know the Rodney Williams project, and I've known Art Hibbets forever, and I kind of know where they are. But where are you in relation to all those? And then what neighbor did you talk to?
Okay, so we're south. I know Rodney, so we're south of Rodney's property, and if you're familiar with the county road yard, which is located off of Sweeney Road. Right. So we're in between the county road yard and Rodney's property if you're heading towards Buellton on the left-hand side of the road. And, it's called the Red Barn property. It's a huge, massive red barn. It's almost, I think, over 100 years old. And so we are the Red Barn property. So it's a 10-acre piece of property surrounded by row crop agriculture. Our neighbor to the south is Jim Mosby, and so he owns quite a bit of land immediately to the south of us, and to the north of us it's the Mirabaldis. And so I met specifically with the Mirabaldis to discuss the odor abatement, and they asked me to extend the length of the vapor line, and so we did so. We've also worked on some of the landscape buffering to satisfy their concerns. And of course, we've known Jim Mosby for many, many years, and he didn't have any objections to the project either.
So is this on the east side of the road, like the road yard is?
So this is on, if you're looking towards the foothills, that's to the north, like heading to the roundabout. So that's north. We're on the west side of Highway 246. West side of Highway 246.
So where are you to the Hibbets property, to the walnut tree?
We're south of that,
but not adjacent to it.
Not adjacent to it. Yeah, there's that walnut grove, and then there's this very small, EDRN, road number 3 EDRN, which is just old farm worker housing from what it appears to be, and then you've got our properties to the south of that.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much,
Commissioner Bradley.
I just had a really quick question. Mr. White, the applicant on the staff report is 92nd G25 LLC, but you are referring to Shrine as the operator. So can someone explain the relationship about that between the applicant and?
Yeah, of course. So as with any business operation, you often take ownership in different LLCs. So Shrine Group is a large company with interests, throughout the state of California, increasingly nationwide. But for each of their operations, they establish an LLC just to sort of keep the books clean. Ultimately, what is this operation? How is that performing financially? And then also it's its own liability package. So if in the event of any litigation, that it doesn't spread throughout the entire company. So sort of sophisticated means to deal with business operations.
Okay, so, and maybe staff can add in, but you probably know the same answer is then how you're under operation in 3 years and something comes up, and so it would be the permits issued to Shrine as the responsible party under the permit?
So the permit will be issued to 92nd G25, which it has, ownership interests, so in terms of, it does go back to the Shrine Group in terms of responsible parties. And of course, that deals more so with the business license and also the licensing at the state of California. We're licensed, we're working our county licenses for 2 other sites here within the county, and have made significant progress in those applications being deemed complete. Of course, we have active operations currently, down south in Los Angeles and also up in Humboldt County, and we're fully licensed in the city of Lompoc.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm sure staff gets it straight. There's been a lot of discussion in this topic earlier in its infancy, where there's concerns about bait and switch and who's the applicant and who's responsible and all that stuff. So the only other second question I had was, and thank you for talking to me before the hearing, but with a traffic management plan, if it turns out that people don't comply with it, where would you put a couple extra cars? Because there's no parking on 246 next to you, right? So is there any other space on the property where you could accommodate a couple extra cars if for some reason, the TDM plan isn't followed occasionally?
Yeah, well, so certainly our intent is 100% compliance with the TDMP and working with county permit compliance staff to ensure that happens. In the event that an additional car does show up, because we're only making use of 41.7% of the site, and we have 50-foot setbacks from that canvas. So there's ample areas for parking, and in traditional ag, which isn't subject to a TDP, oftentimes, your labor will just park along the side of the cultivation area. So there's areas where that could occur, but certainly it is our intent to be fully compliant with our TDMP and really to encourage folks to make use of the benefits that we're providing by encouraging carpooling and mandating it for our contract staff.
Okay, that's good. And then the last question was, I'm such a nerd about driveways. I understand that you're actually going to do a little bit of improvement to the throat to the farm to accommodate the anticipated delivery vehicles and everything, right? I mean, that's what your plans show, right? So yeah,
so we've been working closely with Caltrans. In fact, we have a road encroachment permit, and that work was just completed for the property to the immediate south of us. The driveway to the south mirrors the driveway that we'll be implementing here for the Red Barn property. And we're actually probably a few weeks away from obtaining that encroachment permit. So we've been in active dialogue with Caltrans, and historically, this property's been farmed for probably over 100 years. It's just been a gravel driveway. And so Caltrans has a concern with, gravel sort of entering the traveled highway. So we'll be doing a paved surface. And so that'll hopefully improve the driving conditions for those traveling to and fro on Highway 246.
Great. That was it for my questions. Thank you, Mr. White. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of brief questions for Mr. White. I wanted to drill down a bit on the property line odor abatement attempts are going to be both with the vapor line and the fragrant plantings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are they in the same location? The vapor line follows the same line as the proposed plantings?
Yeah, so we have substantial plantings. Well, we have plantings around all four sides of the property, but the most significant plantings are located to the north and to the east. So we have a 25-foot vegetative buffer to the north, and then I think almost 100 feet along Highway 246. And so while we can't necessarily prove, and that's why it was sort of received casual mention in our OOP, that the intent, the goal is for these plants and particularly the fragrant varieties to provide some level of screening and masking of any odors. In addition to that, and this is sort of taking the belt and suspenders approach, we have a vapor line located to the immediate south of that 25-foot landscape area. This is along the northern property line. So that's where the vapor vapor line would be located. And then on the immediate east of our closest to Highway 246, we have the other vapor line. So the intent is for any odors that might migrate as we're preparing for harvest, that vapor system will be able to capture and neutralize those odors.
During particularly the harvest periods?
Yeah, yes, sir. Which is when the odors are generated.
And a strong part of the application depends on this adaptive management. So, and it seems to me a lot is represented here, and the proof will be later on when we have our first harvest. So I'm sure you're anticipating there'll be needs to tweak the odor abatement plan to both as the technology and as response to complaints occur. But I was interested in how much is being done to try and abate any nuisances right up front.
Yeah, and so certainly, you have our commitment, and it's certainly contained within our odor abatement plan to can be continually exploring and identifying the best available control technologies. And so the beauty, of course, in working with a large group like the Shine Group is that they have the resources and the exposure both statewide and nationally to up and coming technologies. And so the goal is to, if there are any concerns, to nip those in the bud, no pun intended, right away. And to work with our neighbors to engender a real positive relationship. And so we've established those relationships to date, and we can continue to want to nurture those and make sure that we're have a positive footprint within the communities that we operate within.
Thank you. Well, final question is just your hoop schedule. I assume the hoops that are placed out there will be seasonal and taken down at various times. Is that the plan? We'll ultimately, because I don't think that is the plan, the truth be told. We have substantial landscaping that you saw within that 5-year period intended to screen the landscaping. Because this property was formerly a cut flower operation, for those of who are in North County in a nursery operation, there's some level of toxicity within the soils relative to former pesticides, which ultimately, if we were to plant cannabis directly within the soil, we'd get the uptake and we wouldn't be able to sell it. So we're going to be putting down weed mat and utilizing pots as our farming operation. So the intent is to level the soil, weed mat, install these hoops, and then to more than likely leave them up year round, unless during the summer, sometimes some growers are exploring with the lack of use of plastic. There's some studies that indicate higher THC content by removal of plastic, but right now I think the assumption would be that they're up year round. That wasn't clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. White. And on to public comment now. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have potentially two speakers. Our first speaker will be Christy Alarcon. Ms. Alarcon, if you could unmute yourself. Great. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I didn't have any comments. I was really on listening since it's City of Lompoc Community Development Director, since we do have our campgrounds closely located to this project. I wanted to just hear more about the opportunity to chat with the operator should we begin to get complaints regarding odor or noise or traffic. And it sounds like they have a pretty good plan. So don't really have any other comment beyond that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jared Ficker. Mr. Ficker, I understand that you may also be monitoring, but I want to give you the opportunity if you had any comments. Mr. Ficker, if you could unmute yourself.
No comments, thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chair, that would be our last speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing then, and then go back to commission questions and deliberations. Anybody want to start? Okay. Well, normally this is Commissioner Park's district because it's a project.
Fourth district.
Yeah, but it's fourth. So,
He usually says it's my district, no matter where it is.
Right. Yeah. It's been interesting watching this property change hands over the years. I remember when it was a wholesale nursery, and there was quite a bit of traffic there, and that was one of my concerns with the project. That is a busy corridor right there, but I like what the applicant is proposing, and I hope that they move forward with that with the van pools. It would be a very efficient and safe way, I think, to move the traffic. Also, their odor management plan, their cooperation with the community and the neighborhood. Yeah, I just wish we had more projects like this. Makes a lot of sense to me. So I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say, and then we can move forward. Commissioner Blau, unmute. Dan, you're muted.
I said, if you make a motion, I'm ready to second it and support the motion, support the project.
Okay, thank you. Any of our other commissioners? Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I support your comments, Chair Farini. And, you know, one thing I've seen over the years with these cannabis projects, or at least my own interest in them, is I'm interested in the details and how they work. And I'm kind of an eternal optimist, and I think that we're having a progress in these projects, in that we're seeing kind of more sophisticated farming and better farmers in these projects. And we're also seeing people listening to us and incorporating in their project descriptions ideas that we've incorporated into other projects. And I see all those patterns here. So I'm inclined to vote along with you.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Cooney.
Call from 180.
Mike, you're muted.
Thank you. I really don't have a lot to say. I think the plan is following what we like to see in terms of these open cannabis grows. But, you know, in others, along 246 in particular, and mostly East 246, there are odor complaints, and the city of Buellton has registered regularly concern about odors moving into the city. So I'm willing to pass this project along and hold this applicant to its intended purpose of trying to eliminate all nuisances, including odor. And they seem to have the wherewithal and the provisions in their application to do so. So I see no reason not to support the project.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
I would say the same thing. I think that the applicant has done a great job with both the site and the OAP, and the fact that we don't have anybody speaking against it speaks volumes. The silence does. So I'm ready to support the project whenever there's a motion on.
Okay. You know, that's a lot of positive comments from our commission on a project. I haven't heard that in quite a while. And I think that does reflect on the excellent work that Ms. Baylor put into this project, continue to drive it along. It's very thorough, it's very complete, and it's very cooperative. Thank you, Ms. Baylor. So I would like to make the motion to approve the project as set forth in the staff's recommendations.
And I will second it.
Okay. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a request. I think that we are moving along at quite a brisk pace this morning. And I think that a lot of the members of the public who had contacted me for item number 2 may not have expected this to come up so quickly. So I just wanted to just ask for a quick break to allow anyone who's interested in item number 2 to connect.
Okay. Very good, Mr. Villalobos. So we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back to item 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin the next item.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Let's see if we can get some other commissioners to come on board. There's Commissioner Bridley, Commissioner Blau, Cooney. Okay. All right, Mr. Villalobos, would you go ahead and read item 2 into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Trudy Carey to consider case numbers 19 DVP 39, 19 GPA 3, 19 RZN, and 19 RZN 2, and to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, case number 21 NGD 1, pursuant to state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, super. Thank you. Commissioner Blau, did you have?
No, I was just getting prepared for the ex parte.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, why don't you start us off with ex parte then?
Great. I just had a nice conversation with Ms. Carey. Can't remember what, a couple of days ago.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also spoke with Ms. Carey. It was about an hour conversation by Zoom. And then subsequent to that, I went by and reviewed the site, with which I was pretty familiar.
Commissioner Bridley.
I had a site visit with Mr. Bradford back, I think in the summer of 2020, and Mr. Park joined me at that. And then I also talked to Ms. Carey in September, and also traded some phone calls and emails this week with Ms. Carey as well. I also monitored the SBAR meetings last year, 2 of the 4 that were included in our packet, and had a conversation with staff yesterday. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Park.
Oh, I'm sorry. One other.
Oh,
I talked
go
to Cecilia Brown on Sunday.
Oh,
As a member of the board. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
great. Commissioner Park.
I want to ask Commissioner Bridley, did you tell her how mad I still am about her signing the the appeal for the North Patterson project nearby?
That was brought to my attention after my conversation with Ms. Brown. So no,
You should, but
you can do that. Glad of it.
and then we can talk about, actually, I'm going to bring that up later because there's an interesting interplay with this project. But as far as ex parte, I had, I've had a couple of conversations over the telephone with Trudy Carey in the last month or so. And then I had a lengthy site visit with Commissioner Bridley and Mr. Bradford. When was it again? It was a long time ago.
I was going to say the spring, summer of 2020.
Okay, which seems like a different epoch these days. Anyway, and it was a long visit, and I don't remember anything about it. So I don't know what that says about me or site visits that are long and are distant, but there you are. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Let's move on to staff presentation then.
Hello, Chair Farini and Commissioners. Sean Stewart, Staff Planner speaking for the Galileo Apartments project. This project includes 3 permit types: a development plan, general plan amendment, and rezone. Additionally, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared to study the environmental effects of the project. It's asked of you today that your commission provide a recommendation on the project to the Board of Supervisors, given that they will ultimately take final action on the project. The project site is located at 5317 Calle Real on the corner of Calle Real and North Patterson Avenue in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan area. Surrounding development includes single-family residential development to the north, commercial self-storage facilities to the south and east. To the west along Calle Real is the county fire station and the Maravilla retirement community. And further south beyond the storage facility is the 101 freeway and the railroad tracks. The site is comprised of 2 parcels that will be voluntarily merged following final action on the project by the Board of Supervisors. Parcel 22 is 1.5 acres and consists of a remnant avocado orchard. And parcel 51 is approximately 1/10 of an acre and is currently vacant. The project consists of a 3-story, 27-unit apartment building with a maximum height of 36 feet, 3 detached carports, and includes 60 vehicle parking spaces, 54 bicycle parking spaces, as well as 40% common open space on site. The general plan amendment will convert APN 51 from general commercial to residential land use designation with a corresponding density of 20 units per acre. And the rezone will convert parcel 51 zoning from retail commercial to design residential with a corresponding density of 20 units per acre. Shown here is the site plan, including landscaping, which I'll briefly walk through. Starting with the entrance to the site off of Calle Real. You'll notice that it has been aligned with the entrance to the neighborhood to the north of the site and that there is a 75-foot length turn pocket. This design matches the direction provided to the applicant by Public Works, and we also have our transportation planner, Will Robertson, on staff today, who will be able to help answer any additional questions. Next, the apartment building, which has been set back away from Calle Real to ensure fire department access to the building and help preserve mountain views. The parking area, including 3 carports, are along the Calle Real frontage. There is common open space area in both the east and west corners of the property, which includes seating areas, bocce court, and landscaping. And then the site's hardscaping includes a paved driveway, concrete footpaths, a new sidewalk along Calle Real, and pervious pavers will be utilized for parking areas. Shown here are the floor plans. All 27 units contain 2 bedrooms, at least 1 bathroom, kitchen, dining, and living areas. 9 units are wholly contained on the ground floor, and the remaining 18 units are 2-story units with the bedrooms and full bath on the top floor, and the living space, kitchen, as well as an additional half bath below on the second floor. There are also patio and balcony areas on both sides of the building's second floor, and shown here is a section of the building. Shown here are the west and north elevations, both of which face Calle Real. And here are the east and south elevations. The east elevation faces Patterson Avenue, and the south elevation faces the existing storage facility. The majority of the building stands 35 feet tall, except for the pitch along the west elevation ridgeline, which stands 36 feet tall in order to provide more architectural character to the building, a change that came about as part of the design review process and is allowed by ordinance as a height limit exception. As part of the design review process, story poles of the apartment building were erected. These arrows represent the vantage points of the following story pole photos. If you're having any difficulty viewing the story poles, let me know and I can illuminate the cursor and I can trace the flags. So the first view you see here is from Calle Real headed east. Here's the view from Patterson Avenue. Here's another view from Calle Real, looking east and more pointed directly towards the project site.
Mr. Chair, can I ask Mr. Stewart to go ahead and use the cursor to outline these? These were hard actually to read in the packet and also online. So if you can help us out, Sean, that would be good for everybody.
Certainly. So I'll just back up to the first photo here. Moving on to the second vantage point here, this is taken from the driveway apron to the Orchard Park neighborhood north of the site. And here is the view from Patterson Avenue, looking southbound. And here is the view from the 101 northbound off-ramp. Here is the view headed northbound on Patterson, just as you've crossed the 101 overpass. And then here is the view from northbound on Patterson, immediately adjacent to the site as you're looking west. So as you can see, for the most part, the building will preserve mountain views, but there will be a brief obstruction of mountain views from Patterson Avenue as you're traveling past the building, and then views will open up again once past the building. As described in the staff report, the project is consistent with all applicable Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan and Comprehensive Plan policies. For instance, the project is served by the Goleta Water and Sanitary Districts and has sufficient water allocation based on the size of the project. Access will be taken via Calle Real, and ingress, egress, as well as on-site access has been designed in accordance with County Fire and Public Works design standards. Regarding aesthetics, this is an urban infill housing project that complements surrounding architecture, largely preserves mountain views, promotes air and light throughout the building and project site. To ensure the site is safe for residential use, a remediation plan has been prepared and approved by County Environmental Health to remove potential harmful soil contaminants that exist as a result of the site's historical agricultural use. Regarding housing, the project is an appropriately sited urban infill housing project on a site that was previously rezoned for this use with the area's community plan. The 27-unit multifamily design would help diversify our housing stock and is conveniently located near the Calle Real Shopping Center, UCSB, Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital, Patterson Open Space, and 3 bus stops. And then there's a mix of floor plans is also provided, including 9 ground floor, fully ADA accessible units. Regarding transportation, studies were completed to review level of service and roadway safety, which found that adjacent intersections will continue to operate at level of service C or better during peak hours, and accident rates at adjacent intersections are no higher than statewide averages based on intersection usage. The project would generate 198 average daily trips, which amounts to 12 a.m. peak hour trips and 15 p.m. peak hour trips. Using the county's VMT analysis tool, the project was found to be greater than 15% below the existing county VMT and therefore would not have a significant VMT impact. The project is also sensitive to the lack of street parking in the area and therefore includes 2 vehicle parking spaces per unit, which is double the required amount, as well as there accounts for 2 covered bike parking spaces per unit. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project to study its anticipated environmental effects. There were no significant and unavoidable impacts found to occur, but less than significant with mitigation impacts were found for 10 resource areas. These resource areas include aesthetics, air quality, cultural resources, geologic resources, hazardous materials, land use, noise, public facilities, recreation, and water resources. The majority of the project's mitigation measures consist of standard best practice construction measures. However, there was an individually crafted mitigation measure related to the hazardous materials and the on-site remediation that will occur. And less than significant impacts were found for the remaining resource areas. Following approval of the project's general plan amendment and rezone, the project will be consistent with the county's land use and development code, given that multifamily housing is an allowable use in the DR zone district. At least 40% of the site is comprised of common open space, and the project complies with height, parking, and setback requirements, as well as the site's allowable density of up to 20 units per acre. In addition to the information presented, I would also like to point out that all of the project's findings are able to be made as indicated in the staff report, and therefore staff recommends that your commission follow the procedures outlined in this slide in order to recommend approval of the project to the Board of Supervisors, which includes adoption of the findings, MND, conditions and mitigation measures, as well as the rezone and general plan amendment resolutions. This now concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stewart. Do you have any questions? Commissioner Brightly?
Thank you. Just a quick one. Because Mr. Stewart was really great in giving me time, like last night when I finally got a chance to talk to him after I read the packet. The reason why it's going to the Board of Supervisors is really just the cleanup action on the small parcel of the project site, right? That rezone and that general plan amendment. If that wasn't part of this project, it would just be a development plan in front of the Planning Commission, right?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, that is correct. The general plan amendment and rezone only applies to the smaller parcel, which is approximately 1/10 of an acre. Without that project component, it would just be a development plan if the apartment building was solely located on the larger 1.5 acre parcel.
Okay, thank you. And that's actually it for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Park?
Yes. Again, I also want to compliment you, Mr. Stewart, on your presentation and your staff report. And I want to thank you personally for reaching out to me to see if I had any questions, before the hearing. I think it was you. Somebody did. And my questions are this. One, can you tell me what the public transportation is likely to be in the vicinity if this project is built?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. So in terms of public transportation, there are 3 nearby bus stops. There's a bus stop just further west down Calle Real at the Maravilla Retirement Community. There's a bus stop just a little bit north on Patterson Avenue at University Drive. And then there is also a third bus stop in the vicinity of the project, which I believe is actually on Calle Real and Patterson Avenue there.
Now, when I look at this plan, the first thing that struck me is, boy, that was a lot of parking for this project. And it's not that many units. And so is there a scenario if this project wasn't approved that someone like a housing authority could come in and build a project that had significantly more units and significantly less parking?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. The basis for the additional parking is that there's no street parking available on Calle Real or Patterson Avenue. And so the project applicant was really cognizant of this and did not want to impact the neighborhood with potential overflow parking further away from the project site. And so the current project could actually be brought forth at a higher density. The current density is only proposed at about 16.7 units per acre. So theoretically, it could be bumped up to a total of 32 units. But beyond that, yes, you are correct that there are other permit types that could be brought in by the housing authority that could result in a higher density.
And so here's my last question. maybe I'm too old and see irony in everything, but I understand that our North Patterson project I was referring to earlier, that, we kind of raked them over the coals, and after a year, we had a substantially revised project, and then it got appealed to the board, and the board again rejected a project there, and now it's going to come back as some sort of a housing project. And I'm just wondering if this project, which kind of seems more like a residential kind of place, if we reject housing, can this come back as a commercial project? I mean, one more strip center along Calle Real?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, the larger 1.5 acre parcel that comprises most of the project site is zoned for residential use. The smaller 1/10 of an acre parcel is actually zoned for commercial use. So I believe it's only the larger parcel is only available for residential use at this time. If you'd like, I could take a few minutes and review the use table, and we could come back to that if needed. But it is zoned for residential.
Maybe when you get a break, but I don't want to interrupt the hearing now for that. But thank you. Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, very good. Does the applicant have a presentation? Oh, Commissioner Blau, did you have something?
Well, I just wanted to kind of help answer Commissioner Park's question, because I had the same kind of question, if you want to know the truth. Yeah, the real answer is they could do, without our approval, without our consensus, without our anything, they could do a state project that is much denser, one parking space per unit, and we would have no control, no say, no whatever. That's part of the new state. I don't know if it's SB 35 or they keep changing the designation, but yeah, I'm kind of excited to look at this project because we do have some controls, both in, landscaping, parking, access, all that good stuff. Whereas if you were just to have some developer come in there and say, I'm doing the state density program, I'm doing the new program, you lose all kind of control, and it's nothing that you would like. So, I'm wrestling with that with some projects in Santa Maria, driving everybody crazy. So the answer is yes, they could do a lot more units and a lot less parking without our control.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, do we have an applicant presentation?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sean, you want to put the first slide up, please?
Yes, it should be up now, Trudy. Let me know if you're not seeing it.
No, I see it. Thank you. I'm Trudy Carey, the applicant. Before we get started, I just want to reach out and say thank you to Son Stewart and Alex Hubble from Planning, Will Robertson from Public Works, and Michael Gray from County Fire. They've not only answered all my questions, but all the questions we fielded from the neighbors and the community. They've answered those tirelessly, and we wouldn't be where we are today without them. The details matter. I have with me today, standing by, collaborating architect Alex Puyo, landscape architect Robert Richards, Aaron Labuda, civil engineer, and Scott Shell, traffic engineer. For those that don't know of our work, we're local architects, planners, and builders, and have been building locally since 1979. Our offices are right behind the proposed apartments in the self-storage building just south of the project site. Our self-storage and our housing designs, landscape and maintenance of our properties are leaders in the industry, and we've received numerous awards for our work. I'll be looking out the window at this building, so it better be great looking. Next slide, please. This is a brief overview of our project and where we started. We've had 4 BAR reviews. Shown on the right is a log of our outreach to the neighborhood, including the 4 BAR meetings that were very well attended, thanks to Mr. Bradford, who walked door to door, built a website about the project, posted it on Nextdoor, prepared flyers, a newsletter, and email reminders. As you can see from the BAR meetings, minutes, the letters and postcards you received, the community has had a lot of involvement in this project all the way through the process. In essence, the public process has worked well to gather input, and we have a better project because of it. The BAR approved the project design with favorable comments as to the height, the density, the siting of the building to the rear of the site, and landscape plans at our 4th review. Next slide, please. I'm going to give you a little history of the site. All of this area at one time was a Georgie family avocado orchard. Then what happened is Caltrans decided to relocate Cali Real from where it is, that vacant parcel at the bottom of the site, and they bisected the orchard. As part of the condemnation compensation, they rezoned the piece below Cali Real at all C3, and they gave him visiting highway commercial up at the top where the mobile station used to be, and this little piece you see is a remnant part of the old mobile station. At that time, the Arco Mini Mart and gas station was across the street where Mr. Thompson's now building studio apartments. At this time, the Orchard Park area north of Cali Real was rezoned to 8R1 DR 3.3 from agriculture and was later developed with Mr. Bradford doing the permit processing for the developer JM Development. The avocados were removed, and the PUD you see today is comprised of a mix of 1 and 2 story homes built with reduced setbacks between homes, reduced parking requirements to achieve a higher density as allowed in that zone. The zoning was placed in front of an existing 1-story single family neighborhood that used to back up to the avocado orchard. You can drive through there today and you can see the 2-story homes from Orchard Park popping up above the 1-stories. I'm sure we have more changes to come to these neighborhoods with the new AUD laws and R2 changes. The subject property is comprised of 2 parcels, as Sean explained. The larger is the 1.51 acres. What's interesting about that, it sits 8 feet below the smaller piece because at that time, the mobile pushed that site up for a gas station pad. So that's a leftover little piece from the gas station. We'll be installing a new 8-foot high retaining wall to merge this piece into the piece below. And as you know, that's requiring a zone change and a general plan amendment. If I'd like to do over again, I may have not done that little piece. This parcel virtually became an island in the middle of 5 lanes of traffic to the north, 7 lanes to the east with Highway 101 to the south. One of the outcomes of all this is the unusual shape of this parcel. I want you to pay close attention to this part. It's curved at the front. It comes to a point on the west end. The front and rear property lines are not parallel to each other. And the parcel is very long and skinny with almost 1,000 feet in the front and 185 feet to the side. So it has a ratio of 1 to 5. You know, the most efficient thing you can build on is a square 1 to 1. So that'll show you the problem with this site. It also has a street frontage of 1,164 feet because it's on Cali Real and Patterson. So the development of this site is going to bring to the community sidewalks on Cali Real, which are not there at the moment, on the south side. We'll be bringing in right-of-way landscape at Patterson and Cali Real. We'll be installing 6 public streetlights along Cali Real where there are none. And then we'll be doing the ongoing right-of-way maintenance in front of the property. And of course, it's a big improvement to get that abandoned little piece up top improved. It's a lot of improvements for a small parcel. Next slide, please. What's interesting is in the history, the site was zone C3 after they condemned the site. And then just recently in 2016, when we needed more housing, it was downzoned to DR20. The rear piece was C3, and when we built the self-storage, we downzoned it to C2 for self-storage use. The 2 gas station sites used to be highway commercial, and in 2016, they were downzoned to C2. So in essence, the site was downzoned to DR20 and has less of an impact from the previous zoning. At the time Orchard Park was built, the original owners purchased their homes knowing they were buying a home behind 5 lanes of the new Cali Real, a public street, and a corridor of shopping and restaurants, and that the vacant parcel across the 5 lanes was zoned C3 commercial, intended for a shopping center similar to up the street at the Cali Real Market Center. In fact, at one time, Albertsons had a proposal to go on this entire site. Later, I did try to buy this site a long time ago, and the Georgies thought it was a higher and best use. They were trying to get McDonald's signed up for a drive-through on this site. The site today is surrounded by DR 3.3 at Orchard Park, C2 at both properties to the East Patterson self-storage, and the about to be constructed studio apartment by Frank Thompson under Senate Bill 75, which that project needs no review, or not required of any review. Immediately south of the site is Zone C2 with the self-storage, and across the street is County Fire Station 12, which is located on part of the old avocado orchard. The old Cali Real at the very bottom is now a Caltrans storage yard. As we talked about before, there are bicycle lanes on both sides of Cali Real and on Patterson, and it's well traveled by bicyclists. Next slide, please. As a compatibility with the neighborhood, as the height of the buildings surrounding the subject property, we have the new project at 80 North Patterson, which is 3 stories. Patterson self-storage buildings are 3 stories. Parts of the fire station are 3 stories. Parts of our via further down the street are 3 stories. And Orchard Park is a mix of 1 and 2 story homes. North of Orchard Park, as I mentioned previously, are older 1-story single-family neighborhood. So as normal and good planning, the density and the heights are increasing as you get closer to the most intensive use, which is the freeway, which is very similar to how up the street at the Cali Real Marketplace, the zoning goes. Next slide, please. As Sean mentioned, there is no parking where the yellow lines are. If you go west, the closest place is on Kellogg, and that's red curbed past the medical center right there. That's a mile away almost. You'd have to go over the freeway to overpass. And if you go north, you're going to go to Brejo or University. There's a safety issue here because to go north is the safest place to park your car. And you'd have to cross 5 lanes of traffic at night and then 7 lanes to get before you got to those locations. I just can't envision residents coming home after work on a night shift in the dark and raining, carrying their groceries and walking back to this if we did not have adequate parking. Next slide, please. Also, I just want to add before we go on that the way rents are in Santa Barbara, it is presumed you have to almost have 2 working people in a unit, and I can't see them not having cars. As much as we want them to ride bicycles and we're providing for bicycles, I don't think a single person with 1 car is going to be able to afford the unit. Now I'm going to tell you how we designed the project and how we got here. So first, we started with Public Works, and we went to see Will, and Will told us the only location for the driveway was going to be right across from Orchard Park. That's the safest place to put it. They don't like driveways that are offset because that makes more accidents. They don't want us to pull in closer to the intersection, and they don't want us anywhere off of Patterson Avenue. So once we located the entrance to the project, then the other requirement was we would have to install a left turn pocket to ensure there's good traffic flow. The dimensions to this pocket are by engineering standards. They were given to us by Will. It's nothing we control. This is a safety item. Also, we'll be installing a public fire hydrant. There's none on this side, down in this direction, in front of the project. Next slide, please. So the next thing we did is we laid in the setbacks. So unfortunately for this site, it's a corner lot. So it has 2 20-foot setbacks and a 10-foot rear setback. Next slide, please. Then we met with the fire department, and based on the location, we're required to come into the property. Unfortunately, it's down toward the point end, and the fire trucks first have to go straight long enough that they don't hang out on the street. And then they have a minimum fire department radius to turn. And then once we get them in, we've got to turn again, almost like Lombard Street. So we come down and then we have to go up to the right. What this has done is it's rendered that lower point useless for building area. So we've lost that as well for building area. Next slide, please. The other thing that comes up, I don't know what year it was, maybe in the last 5 years after the big fires. If you build a 3-story building and you can't drive a fire truck all the way around it, then this sketch is what's required on one side. The fire truck has to be a certain distance away from the nearest structure, and there's a different distance it has to be to the windowsill of the 3rd floor. And if you look at the bottom here, you'll see that takes 50 feet overall of the site to have what they call an aerial fire apparatus access. In addition, for the rear of the property, they require a hard surface like a sidewalk on the full back of the property, and they want a fire department ladder to be able to reach the windowsill of the 3rd floor with no more than a 70-degree slope. So next slide, please. You can now see what the buildable area is after you put in the apparatus access. There's the sidewalk down below, and we also had to put in a fire department hammerhead. I tried very hard to see if we could have an emergency exit for the fire department where they could pull back out, and that's no longer allowed by the fire department to have an emergency exit. I guess people tend to block them, and that just doesn't work out. Next slide, please. So now the last thing is, if we improve the landscape right away in front of our 20-foot setback, there's no sidewalks on County Real. We're going to be asked to add the sidewalks. Public Works has asked for 6 shielded light county standards. There's no lights on that side of the street. Also, let's see if I can get this to work.
You have to ask them for.
Can you give me permission to click, Sean?
Sorry, Trudy, no, you cannot have that permission.
Okay. Now I mean click, I meant use the pointer, but that's okay, we'll keep going. Public Works also would like 3 pedestrian exits from the property or entrances for walking. So there's one going out to Patterson on the far right, there's one going up to the corner if people are going north, and there's one right left of where the fire hydrant is going toward the market center. Next slide, please. So now you'll see as we go through the design process how we laid the building into the site based on all the parameters of this site. This is somewhat of a Rubik's Cube, to say the least. Next slide, please. So now we're on to the landscape plan. We studied the views from outside the project in all angles. In the back corner is the least intrusive to the neighborhood and the quiet for the residents. The outdoor play area or visiting area in the back will be quiet because the self-storage building blocks the noise from the freeway. Actually, the building footprint of these apartments just on the ground level is only 8,802 square feet of a 70,567 square foot site. So the building footprint itself is just taking up 12.5% of the site. That's all the usable area we could use. You're looking at the ground level where the 9 apartments are for ADA adaptable use. We previously had one long carport for efficiency, and BIR recommended we break up the carport so we have 3 separate carports, which was a great suggestion. BIR also recommended a tree boulevard effect, which you also are able to implement. So if you look at the driveway between the carports in the apartment building on the interior, we've lined those with trees for the boulevard look. You can also see here the fire department curve as you come in and you come down and then you swoop up in front of carport 1. BAR had us study the siting, the building to the front. At one of our meetings, we did a site plan showing the building to the front, and we did present that. BAR preferred it to the rear, and they voted that this was the best solution for the neighborhood and the residents for various reasons. It was better to keep the building to the back of the site in its present location. Keep in mind that at this location, the building is 5 to 6 feet below Patterson Avenue. In the back corner, we're 8 feet below Patterson. So this is making the building seem shorter from Patterson. If it were to the front of the site, it would be at grade and the 35 feet would be seen straight across. In addition, if we put the building to the front, there'll be excessive noise for the tenants. They'll be on 5 lanes of County Route and 7 lanes of Patterson. BAR gave us clear direction that they wanted us to screen cars from view for people driving by if we had the parking to the front. So we looked at every feasible thing we could do. We put fences around all the carports and the sides so there'd be no peeking through. They're heavily landscaped. We have over 30 trees along Cali Real and more on Patterson. We particularly looked at the view from Orchard Park, looking straight in to make sure they wouldn't see parked cars. So we have no parking as you come in. And we have landscaping in all key locations. We have fencing going around the property, also with vines. I just want to add that we had more trees, and at one point Garrett told us to take them out. They wanted the project to be part of the community, not screened completely from view, with the neighbors having a peek through under the canopies. So I think that's the first time in my career that someone told me to take trees out. Next slide, please. This is an interesting slide because we previously had a more contemporary design with flat roofs, and based on the neighborhood input, we went to a rural design to be more compatible with the neighborhood. We had much talk about the end elevations, and we ended up changing to a sloped roof and barn-like ends. Cecilia Brown had the most input on those ends, I would say, and we think they became better. They also asked us to add balconies to the back. Our front balconies got enlarged to the front, and they're where the mountain views are. And the rear balconies will give them a southern sun. They asked us to switch to a full sliding door for more glass instead of windows. We did that. Now, the interesting thing is we were trying to break up what really is a long, narrow site and a long, narrow building. So we started to undulate the building by moving the units back and forth. It ate up a little bit of our open space. And then we got to curving the building. You can even see there's two trapezoidal shapes of apartments. That'll be fun to rent and furnish. And we studied the entrances really carefully about the landscape. The plant palette, they revised our plant palette. We had a more uniform plant palette, and they asked for more variety in addition of more oaks. Actually, it's going to be a great project. We had proposed more of an orchard feel for the landscape screening. And BAR preferred a more manicured look similar to a planned unit development. The building is sheltered by the self-storage building in the back for acoustics and open space, as I pointed out. I think what I like about the landscape above everything, and I think Robert did a great job, is that I'm hoping when you turn the corner from Patterson or Cali Real, you'll go, oh, look at the tree in bloom. So the trees we picked out are fast growing, but they also bloom colors. So we have jacarandas in one season, we have gold medallions in another, and we have strawberry trees. And if it could be that feeling like when you go down Anapamu in bloom, that's what I'm looking for. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view, and it's addressing the scale of the building and the neighborhood. And this aerial gives you a very good idea. Note the size of the apartments to the size of the self-storage behind it. The apartments themselves are about a third of the width of the self-storage, and the length of the apartments is about half the length of the 3 storage buildings from the front to the back. So about 55% of the self-storage in length. I think seeing the elevation sometimes, maybe in your stomach, people think it's as big as the self-storage. You can see it's not. The other thing that's interesting to note is the size of the apartment building to the size of the homes across the street. Just look at the size of any one of those roofs compared to the size of the apartments that understand the scale. Unfortunately, the story pole flag photo Mr. Bradford has circulated is a bit misleading. It doesn't show this, those are worst case flags, like a box. It does not show the sloped roofs at the end of the building, and the shot is from an odd perspective looking up. I walked the area myself, and the shot was taken pretty much right in our driveway at the self-storage across the street. It doesn't really reflect the true building forms or any of the landscape that we're putting on along Patterson. If you do walk it yourself, if you start at the off-ramp or the intersection and you walk down, you will see that view of the mountains blocked for approximately 1 minute when you walk. I might add, to get that view, you have to be walking with your head perpendicular to Cali Real, and if a driver's doing that, we're all in trouble. Most of the view corridor is straight down Patterson. We've worked very hard not to put a more dense or intense use on this problem site. Next slide, please. This is the approved color board approved by the BAR. We went with the tones similar to the self-storage in the back to blend in. Next slide, please. Sean already showed you the elevations, but this is an interior shot at the top showing you the boulevard effect that the BAR recommended, which was a great idea. At the bottom is a little more realistic shot than the flags of seeing the project from Patterson Avenue. With this foliage is shown at 3 years. And now you can see the slope roof from Patterson Avenue. Next slide, please. We also did this has been a very studied project. This is the view from Orchard Park right across the street. If you go there right now yourself in a car and just look out the window, you'll see you can't even see the self-storage. And we think you're going to see very little of the new building, even with when the new landscape goes in. Or maybe you'll see a peak at the top poking out. Next slide, please. You've seen the floor plans with Sean as well. This is the first floor plan, and it's showing you a better idea how big the back porches are. And they have their own gate, and they open up to the open space in the rear. There's room for sports storage, surfboards, washer and dryer. And they're going to have extra high windows, kind of like a New York loft. Instead of having the windows be more economical, like at 6'8", like they normally are, we're taking them all the way up to the top of the plates. Next slide. I find that this is very important. We could have done a 3-story stacked apartment building, which would be cheaper to build. But we really thought with the views to the mountains, it really feels like a home when you have a townhome. And so we went to the extra expense of doing townhomes. So you walk up the stairs with your groceries, there is no elevator. And then when you walk inside, there's your kitchen. And then the 3rd floor will be the bedrooms. This is also a nice buffer. They won't have a tenant above them. So we have no middle floor. And for the tenants below on the 1st floor, the bedrooms are upstairs beyond for noise level at night. Next slide, please. This is a section just showing you where the 1-story 1st floor unit is, and you can see the townhome above. Next slide. This is an interesting shot. When we built the self-storage, we were told in the community plan that the view to the mountains is where the general public sees the most. And they told us it's coming over the bridge, over the freeway, and it's turning right when you get off the off-ramp. That's where people go, oh, look at the mountains. And so if you look at this very carefully, you can see the red flags just in the middle of that circle. And what's ironic is the pine trees past our project block the mountains more than our roofs from this direction. And keep in mind, that's a flat flag, not the slope roofs. You can see the project up on the knoll that was recently built, that blocks way more of the mountains. And you can see what percentage we're blocking compared to the height of the mountains. So I think that's a more realistic where the general public is looking versus across the street perpendicular when you walk for 1 minute. Next slide. Mr. Bradford asked at one of the BAR meetings if we could tell the public how tall the trees would be at planting and how fast they would grow. The trees I mentioned to you before are all fast growing. They grow over 3 feet a year. So we have on this chart the initial planting, and you can see in the darker green in year 3 that all those trees at that time are 20 feet or more, which is up to the 3rd floor, finished floor of the apartments. So we have an aggressive thing. And then you can see the colors of the trees that will be in bloom in what season. The slowest growing would be the oak trees and the Melaleucas. And the Melaleucas are at the interior boulevard. And there's just a few oaks dotted through. So we're not using the oaks as screen trees. That was a very interesting study. I'd never done that before. Next slide, please. So, very rarely do you get a study model of something right next door. So here is our self-storage building, which is a 3-story building, and it's behind native shrubs. This is olive trees, which don't grow as high as the Brisbane box we called out, but you can see it poking through. And I think that's a more realistic shot than the flag shot of what you're going to see from Patterson if you look straight across the street. Rarely do you get to see almost exactly what you're going to be seeing. Next slide, please. The BAR really had to study several things. They asked us for vignettes of a variety of things. At the top is the open area in the back. We've got a bocce court, a trellis, outdoor seating area if you want to eat outside or watch your children. You can see there's the plan view with the bocce court, but important there is you can see the first floor apartments, how they have their private patio and they open up to this green belt. At the bottom, this is very interesting. We're very careful with BR's help. This is taken exactly straight across from Orchard Park, and it's a 3D rendering. And it's from the actual site plan projected, and you can see, you don't see any cars. We made sure there's no parking straight in. This is where the fire department will turn in and make their turn to the left. There's parking to the far right, and then there's parking to the left in the carport, but you don't see it straight in. Besides Orchard Park, this is where the public really sees this property the most, driving down Cali Real because the opening is so wide. And so they're very careful about that. If you look really hard, you can see the building barely over there to the left. Next slide. We're very pleased that the Coastal Housing Coalition is supporting the project. They have a rigorous program of 6 points will be highlighted in green here. If you can scroll up a little bit, Sean. And we've met all their criteria. Next slide, please. So as we get ready to conclude, I want to go back to this slide. We feel we have a really good balance of planning and good design. We feel we have balanced the local housing needs, neighborhood input, BAR input, staff's help, agency input, life safety issues, all with innovative design and good common sense. Yes, this property could have more housing, but we think this is appropriate for the neighborhood. We have fully completed all county requirements, multiple reports and studies, and are approved by the BAR with input from the public at all 4 BAR meetings. Galileo apartments are designed under the maximum density with double the required parking to have a better project. We have worked through every factual issue that has been brought to our attention. We ask today that you send the apartments to the Board of Supervisors per staff's recommendation, and we would like to request time to rebut when the time is appropriate. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? Not seeing any, okay. Oh, there you are, Commissioner Blau.
So Trudy, this is a for rent project as opposed to a for sale project, is that right?
It's a for rent project.
That's so sad. I wanted to buy one, darn it. Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Villalobos, how about public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have a handful of speakers. Our first speaker will be Cecilia Brown.
Wow.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. It's good to see you and to hear you today. I appreciated your lively and interesting discussion at the opening of your meeting, and thanks to Commissioner Park for remembering me about reading those community letters. Anyway, I've worked with Trudy on several of her projects, and I appreciate her values and her standards because she always has the highest, and she always goes to great extent to try to have a really super duper project. There's one up the street from me, and it's turned out very well. I was on the Planning Commission with several of you when we did the community plan that had certain standards about viewshed, visual resources, and scale for this area. My concern is about scale of the project. So I'm going to speak to that. The scale from viewing it from Calle Real, the project is an appropriate size because the background, the backdrop is a 3-story building. So 3-story building to 3-story. However, from Patterson, which is the main viewing area, it's somewhat more problematic. As you can see, the peak of the roof is at 36 feet, although it's somewhat less because it's down from Patterson. But I just want to dispel some I think, which are misstatements that there are no 3-story buildings fronting Patterson. It's my understanding that the SB 5 project, Frank Thompson's affordable housing project across the street, having been in some meetings with him, is 2 stories. And by the way, it's being parked where only half of the 24 units, I believe, are allowed to have cars. Maravilla does have a 3-story component, but it's at the rear of the project and you don't see it from the street. So it's the scale that's important to me along the corridors, because nowhere along Patterson or Calle Real are 3-story buildings at the front, except for this one. So I would appreciate that if there's something that we can do to sort of maybe soften that edge of that frontage along the Patterson Avenue frontage. And I guess I could ask David to put up I don't guess you don't put up slides, the public photos, the public requests, but Sean showed the story pole photos from across the street, and sort of how it's really sort of sticks out there at the end. So I'm just somewhat concerned about that eastern end and how one relates to it from Patterson. Calle Real, there's no issue, compatibility issue, there's no future issue. It's just from Patterson. So I would like to think that maybe that there is something that could be done to kind of soften that eastern elevation even further, to make it just a little bit more in scale with what is along the whole Patterson corridor from Hollister to Cathedral Oaks. I just want to speak for a moment. Commissioner Parks asked a question about public transportation, which indeed there are three bus stops. But the problem with the public transportation along this Calle Real, it's only every half hour. So it's horrible. You can't commute on this bus to anywhere because it just takes forever getting anywhere. And Trudy mentioned about the sidewalks in front of her project. Totally great, wonderful. But you can't go out the front door of her project on Calle Real and turn to the left. The sidewalk only goes so far. You have to jaywalk across Calle Real to the north side of Calle Real to take the project down to the shopping and restaurants. I've done that many times and it's very dangerous. I'm very surprised that nobody has requested a crosswalk with flashing beacons to allow people to go that way. It would be really beneficial if that were to occur. Everybody leaving the project, if they want to walk to Calle Real shopping, have to go up to Patterson, up to Calle Real and Patterson, across Calle Real, and then turn left. And it just makes it very difficult. It's a long walk because I walk it. So I know I'm a walker in that area. So anyway, those are my concerns. I just would like to see that there be some accommodation for the lower scale of Patterson Avenue and how we view it as we're traveling it or how we walk it. If you walk that, I walked that project too. When the story poles were up, and it's daunting. That project is really kind of tall and big and bulky. So I would request that the Planning Commission discuss that. So thanks to Trudy for her public outreach. I know I've been in her office. We discussed it. You know, she's tells you I've discussed it with her. I don't know how much I improved it, but with a sloped roof, but perhaps there's some additional things that can be done. But the discussion by your commissioners about an affordable housing project are absolutely accurate. They could put an SB 35 project and there would be no parking. And I live on Kellogg. I live up the street from Kellogg. And I don't want any cars parked on Kellogg. I live up 1 block from Calle Real. So it's a concern. So having a lot of parking spaces on site is really important. So anyway, you know my concerns, you know my issues. It's really great to see you. I appreciate your work. I know you work hard doing what you do. I'm glad I'm retired. That's all I can say. And thanks a lot and best wishes to Trudy. It's a heck of a lot of work to do one of these projects, as she showed you from that timeline and all the hoops that she's had to jump through. So best of wishes to all of you. Good to see you. Good to talk to you. And best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Yes, I have a few questions of the speaker. And, this might sound like deliberations or something because I'm speaking to a former planning commissioner. But first, a statement. Ms. Brown, it's like sheer torture for you to say you're happy to see us and you speak, but we don't get to see you. So next time you appear, do a video, okay? And but some questions on your points. And either you taught me well or you're still really smart because you raised points that I was thinking about. First, when you're talking about the scale from Patterson, you're talking about the end view of the building, right? Not the broad view.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah. And there's like no stepping back of stories right there, or is
Correct.
there from the end?
No.
So would it help address your concerns if even on the end of the building there was a step
Yes.
back between the third
Yes, there
and the
would.
second?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there would, and that I think that would be helpful.
And now I'm going to switch gears. Your last point about the crosswalks. It's something I've been thinking about. You know, earlier I talked about these workshops I'm doing, the recreation master plan. Every single one I do in every community, we have people come up, and they're usually seniors, that say, you know, you got a lot of good things already, but we can't cross the street. And it's really awful. And so when I looked at this, I thought, well, you know, maybe one advantage of lining up the driveway with the exit from, you know, the neighborhood is it'd be easier for pedestrians, but then I didn't see any crosswalks on the plans. Is that where you're talking
Yes.
about having crosswalks
Yes.
with the lighted beacon?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's where one is needed, because that would facilitate people walking to the shopping center. People would go, oh, I don't have to go to Patterson. I can just walk directly out and cross Cayo Real and then walk down. And the sidewalk is good in front of this fire station, Orchard Park, Marvia. I walk that daily. So
Well, that's
I
what
would
I wanted to
highly
ask about,
recommend
because
it.
I thought, okay, it's nice to have more of a crosswalk to encourage pedestrian usage, but I didn't quite understand who would walk from where to where. So you're talking about people that are living at this development, they could walk
Correct.
to the shopping center. You're talking about people from Mr. Bradford's neighborhood that would cross and walk to the
No,
shopping center?
people living at the project, they have to cross Cayo Real in order to walk west on Cayo Real. There are no sidewalks west of where Trudy is putting in the sidewalks. It's the road. It's the bicycle path you walk in. Very dangerous. I've done it. I don't like doing it. You might ask
So
me
anyway,
why.
you think that crosswalk's going to get used if it's there?
Well, I would use it. I'm thinking if you're encouraging people to walk, and Trudy suggests that in her comments, that it's walkable to Cayo Real, it's a nice walk, it's not a bad walk, then there should be crosswalks there. There are people who walk on the east side of Cayo Real down west of Trudy's project. I see them because I'm walking that way. I walk that way.
Yeah.
So I would encourage a crosswalk. You know, I think the beacons that were done in Goleta were grant funded. So I don't know how anxious the county is to support pedestrian activity on the unincorporated area, but it would be really helpful. And the first time somebody gets injured walking across that roadway, there's going to be a crosswalk there. That's my call.
Good. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for thinking of it.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley, did you have anything? No, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, thanks. Cecilia, good to hear from you again. By the way, I want you to know I have not given up on a lighting ordinance yet. I'm still working that for you.
Well, you better hurry up.
Well, you know, it's hard to get the county to move very quickly.
I know it is. I want you to know. Yeah, it is.
Just a comment, having installed a couple of flashing crosswalks on projects, you know, they're not that expensive. They're $10,000-$15,000. And I don't know of almost anybody that ever got hurt going across the flashing crosswalk. So I'm interested in having Mr. Robertson, if we could make that a part of the project. I agree with you. That's a very safe way for pedestrians to make that movement. What I really abhor is when I see them try and run across, you know, intersection where we don't have a controlled crosswalk. So not sure I can agree with you on the 3-story into the building, but the crosswalk, I'm pretty sure I'm going to try and support that.
And good. And what you have to realize is the SB 35 project at 80 North Patterson is also going to have people, some people won't have cars. So they may be walking to buses, or they may be even walking to Kyriel. So
you don't want to hear from me about SB 35 projects.
Okay.
I'm for them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, I'm high for them. So.
Okay. Mr. Villalobos, on to our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Peter Giordano. Mr. Giordano, if you could unmute yourself.
Okay, Peter Giordano, and I am a concerned neighbor, and tell you why I think I qualify in talking about it. We've had a place of business on Patterson for 45 years. We're a large employer in our building, which is a office and warehouse. I know the property very, very well. We have a desperate need for housing for our employees. So many of our employees commute to Ventura and Santa Maria and outlying areas. We'd love to have an opportunity for housing for them. We are probably within 1 mile. I commute on that road often and go to the bank.
No, they're very anxious for that.
Well, how do I do it?
Hey, Mike, Commissioner Cooney, can you mute? Thank you.
Is it okay to continue?
Yes, please do.
Okay, I know the area very well. I go to the bank and I use Cali-Real on a regular basis. I know the developer. I've probably known her for 40 years at least, and they do a great job on any project they do. But I just want to say that I am totally supportive of the projects, and I would like to see it move on because we need the housing. So I can just say that we're totally supportive and appreciate all the hard work that everybody has gone to polish this project, and we need to move on now. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Kathy Odell, to be followed by Paul Bradford.
Hi, I am a resident of this area. I live approximately a mile away from the property, and I drive by it every day, twice a day on my way in and out. I have been, very familiar with the traffic patterns around there, and I appreciate Cecilia's comments, but having been somebody who drives up and down Patterson every day, I can see the top of the self-storage building that's there right now, but it is not unattractive. And I don't see any difference between looking at the self-storage to be looking at the apartment building. This is an extraordinarily attractive project. And as Pete said, we so desperately need housing in this community. I have been an employer in the community for over 35 years, and I have fought to keep employees that cannot find reasonable, affordable, attractive housing in this community. And this is very, very needed. There have been some other projects that have been approved lately that also worthy, and I'm glad they're there, but they don't have anywhere near the kind of attention to detail and consideration that the Cary Group has put into designing this project. It is highly compatible with the neighborhood. I don't think anyone actually is even disputing the fact that we know that the Cary Group is a developer of such high quality and integrity that they're going to do a good job on this project. I live in a Cary Group home, and I watched as that project was completed. And I watched decisions that Trudy made at the last minute, even when she looked at something and said, I can make that better. And so I feel entirely comfortable that she's going to deliver to the community a very worthwhile project, again, that we sorely need. So again, I look forward to driving by it every day, and am sure that it is going to be aesthetically pleasing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Paul Bradford.
Okay, I think I'm live now. Do you have me?
Yeah, we got you.
Thank you. Chair Freeney and Commissioners, I'm Paul Bradford, and for 20 years, my wife and I have raised our 3 sons across the street from the subject property. I have a long history with the neighborhood and the applicant as well. First as former Chief of Staff or Supervisor Graffy when the applicant proposed her first initial self-storage facility. Next, I worked for a home builder, and they received overwhelming support. You heard that right, support from the same neighborhood for the Orchard Park proposal because we listened to their desires on density, proposing just 20 homes in spite of the zoning, which would allow for 40, with our 2-story homes below street grade. Roughly 10 years ago, we supported the applicant's second proposal for self-storage because of its low impact on traffic safety. I say these things because I want you to know I'm not a knee-jerk NIMBY. I believe in property rights, support reasonable proposals, and oppose ones that I think don't make sense. Ironically, 2 years ago, I worked with the Galileo Pisa applicant to oppose a project at 80 North Patterson because we thought it was out of character with the neighborhood and posed traffic safety risks. After the board sided with the appeal, the Galileo Pisa applicant thanked me for my efforts. And yet, the applicant's project today raises many of the same concerns. A monolithic structure, which in the applicant's drive for density ignores key elements of the community plan and proposes a turn lane that is significantly shorter than nearby turn lanes and adds risk to rush hour traffic from Calle Real moving onto westbound Patterson that have to deal with merging traffic and the direct glare of the afternoon sun. Put simply, the project is too dense, too tall, poses traffic safety risks, destroys mature median landscaping, blocks mountain views, and ignores portions of the community plan. Postcards and letters from roughly 375 neighbors are urging you to oppose this project. I agree with them, and I hope that you will too. We have some suggested project improvements that are in our letter in public comment folder number 3. And as it relates to, I believe, Commissioner Blau and others who referenced state actions such as SB 35, and then the subsequent ones, SB 9 and SB 10, there's a ballot measure that's being circulated right now to return local control to local jurisdictions. So thank you again for your consideration, and I'll be available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Commissioner Bradley, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Bradford. So can you just summarize for us what were the suggested changes that you outlined in your written material?
Yeah, they're basically in page 3 and 4, I believe, of the letter. And let's see, bottom line, it's moving the access away from its current location up to the existing access.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Bradford, what is the motivation behind that?
So the motivation for that is that you've got this confluence of traffic merging off of Calle Real onto westbound Patterson, both coming from southbound and from northbound Patterson. And the insertion of a traffic lane on a curve looking directly into the sun and in the afternoon rush hour, a shortened turn lane, we think is a recipe for disaster, a recipe for backups. And as people are navigating that turn onto westbound Calle Real, your eyes are looking back and forth at each other, figuring out what's that car going to do. There's a double turn lane, as you may know, coming off of Patterson. So cars are navigating that turn, accelerating, and that they're confronted with a potential queue up in that new proposed turn lane. That's a problem, we think. Again, given the setting sun in the afternoon rush hour.
Okay.
making it very.
Okay, and then other project changes you had outlined?
Sure, yeah, this gets back to the community plan statements on the the admonition to cluster your site design as opposed to having one big structure, and then to put those structures in the front of the property, putting parking in the back. So again, this notion that the applicant has said that, well, gee, we're moving it to the back to preserve views. They're trying to preserve views in that capacity because they want to get 3 stories and jam in as many units as possible. So if you were to create, say, a more conventional series of clustered sort of duplexes or triplexes at the conventional 2-story height limit, then you could put those structures up front and put the parking in back.
Okay. Okay, I remember reading those. Was there anything else you want to highlight? And we probably need to move on. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Those are that's the gist of that in terms of the landscaping on the existing median. It would have to be taken out.
The landscaping. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Things.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Park. You're muted.
Okay, am I muted now? I'm put on.
We got you now.
Okay. Mr. Bradford, you heard my discourse with former Commissioner Brown about the east end of the building. And so my question for you is, did you have suggestions or concerns about the east end of the building and suggestions with what you would want to do there?
Largely, well, in the context of the assumption that the current monolithic structure stays intact, I'd say yes. I would concur with former Commissioner Brown to soften that corner and lower it and step up the structures. But again, that's predicated on a density trumps all framework. And that's where, as a neighbor, I have to say that's out of place. The community plan is very clear in its admonition to cluster as structures rather than create one big massive structure. And I'd operate from that point of view. That says if you were to cluster, call it, 5 small or 6 small structures containing X number of units each at a more conventional height, then those could be put up front to soften and create more modulation in the street landscape view.
Now, Mr. Bradford, you attended several BAR hearings, correct?
I did. That's correct.
And was this point discussed there? You're concerned about there needing to be
I
clustering?
wrote to JR on multiple occasions on these disconnects with the community plan.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos, next speaker.
So our next speaker is Gail Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, I thought maybe you were perhaps attached to the applicant team, but perhaps not.
I did not mean to request to speak. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying. Mr. Chair, with that would be Mr. Bradford was our last speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Okay, we'll close the public hearing then and move on to commission questions and deliberations. Commissioner Bradley?
There was a lot of material in the packet, and I have considered it very carefully. I've talked to a lot of people, and certainly we all saw the 300 emails from the public that are making many of the same points. So there's a couple things that I'm hoping that Public Works staff can help us out with, but I am not sure. I think that Will Robertson's is probably available for us, and it has to do with some of the suggestions by the neighborhood about the pedestrian crosswalk. And unfortunately, we're at this point. So, Mr. Robertson, are you available? I think he was.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, yes, I am available.
Okay, thanks. Well, there's several questions. One that I'm sure you have at your fingertips, which is, I know there was something of time taken by your department advising the applicant about how long that left turn queue had to be. And I remember hearing from Trudy, back in 2020 that it seems like it's taking forever, but it just, the design that they came out with along their site plan is what you recommended. And can you help me understand that's based on a queuing length of 75 feet for the left turn lane? So that's what, 3 to 4 cars? And that matches the in-out split from the traffic study. Is that how you did that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but there's a balance because there's only a finite amount of room between the intersection. The question was, do we make this turn pocket longer and take capacity away from the other intersection storage, or do we just look at this and say, this would be adequate if we could? Well, first we wanted to see what we could squeak out. And what it ended up is with a standard taper, and but we ended up with a 75-foot pocket, which based on our traffic engineer's input, he was actually okay with going smaller, but didn't want to err on the side of the pocket spilling over. So we went with just utilizing what was there. You're absolutely right. It is 3 to 4 cars specifically in the storage, just depends on what the vehicle is, obviously. And then the taper itself can hold another 2 cars. So we've got room for about 6 cars. And if you look at the traffic study that was done by Mr. Shell and ATE, it looks like there's about 6 inbound cars in the peak hour. So just logically, you're not going to have all those cars arriving at the exact same moment in the turn pocket. So Public Works staff is confident that the pocket is long enough to accommodate those 6 cars in.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then also the distance of that, I understand. And since so many people want to talk about traffic, I'll explain the way I understand it. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but way back when the Institute of Transportation Engineers did land development and transportation planning, one of the first things that they teach transportation planners is that when you have driveways, you want to have them opposite each other if there's any way you can do that, or offset not less than, a couple of feet, because people want to treat it as an intersection. So the location of this access to this property really is commanded by where the Orchard Park subdivision is. Is that right? I mean, maybe you can help us explain the logic behind that.
Yeah,
if it was offset somewhere else, there's actually worse potential for conflict, right?
Right. So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, that it's not only transportation and land development guidelines through ITE, which it sits on my desk right within arm's reach. But we're bound by county policy and standards. So our engineering design standards are very clear for arterial roadways, which this is. You must offset this is a driveway, so it's not, it's kind of weird here, but I would call it a private road. But the offset is supposed to be 500 feet. It's also supposed to be 500 feet from an intersection. So when you start applying these standards, we can't put it in between the intersections. We can't move it. I guess if Miss Carey wanted to use her existing driveway with the self-storage, I guess we could do that, but that's not on the plate right now. So the only thing that we could offer is, for safety purposes and to meet standards, is to align the driveways. That is what's required by the engineering design standards. That is what is safer. It allows full movement, and I know some people will disagree with that statement, but that's how our standards read, and that's what I have to follow.
Thank you. And when I was discussing this with Commissioner Park, who I did Brown Act buddy with, we followed all the rules. The way I explain it is that one logical reason for the lay people to understand is that you want to have something that feels like an intersection, so you're aware of cars coming in and out of the opposite approach to the intersection. So if it's offset less than 500 feet per your standard, then there's confusion about who has the right of way, and that's why it could, that's why it's not optimal.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, I would want to add one bigger item to that. In the world of traffic engineering, it's no secret that when you add additional intersections to a roadway, it's an additional conflict point, and with additional conflict points come additional collisions. So by default, when you add more intersections to a roadway, you are in theory making you're increasing your accident potential, your collision potential. So by aligning intersections, you're allowing drivers, you're consolidating that confusion zone for drivers into one location. It's more apparent to the driver where you're going to have a conflict versus driving down a road and having multiple conflict areas and the potential for collisions along an entire roadway. So it in theory is safer to align the driveway. Yes, you're going to get more volumes, but then there's other ways to handle that. And for the driver, they know that is the intersection and they can prepare while they're driving for that potential conflict.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was, do we know, and maybe Sean can help me, or I don't know, maybe even Ms. Carey can, what is the distance of the proposed driveway from Patterson Avenue?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I don't have that direct distance. I believe the frontage of the property along Calle Real is approximately 1,000 feet. I believe Trudy touched on that point earlier. So perhaps maybe Trudy has that information.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes,
please. Sorry.
The front is 936 feet total, and that driveway is about, I'd say, 50 feet over. So it's about 900 feet, but then you'd be in that 900 feet, if I understand what Will is saying, you'd have to center yourself between Orchard Park and the intersection. So you'd be 450 feet each direction.
Right. And that doesn't meet the standard. So,
Mr. Chair,
okay.
Commissioner Bradley, I just measured it on Google Earth while we were discussing this, and from the center of Patterson to the center of the Orchard Park driveway is roughly 550 feet. And so it meets standards, and that is the only location. We could not move her driveway any closer without violating standards and requiring a design exception for the project.
Okay. I have other questions, Public Works, so don't go away. Will.
Sure.
There was a lot of discussion about pedestrian access, and before I get to the big one, my familiarity with that section of Calle Real is more than most people realize, because actually for the city of Goleta, I'm working on a pretty fabulous bike project that's going to go from the Kellogg Avenue intersection with Calle Real under 101 and hook up with Parks and go all the way down to Goleta Beach. So that south side of Calle Real is something I've had to come to terms with for all kinds of environmental documents for the city of Goleta. There is nothing on that south side of Calle Real. So the suggestion about having a pedestrian pathway on the south side of Calle Real is a little curious to me, because I'm not sure what part is connecting. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what the public is suggesting. They're just suggesting that they want to have an easier way to get to the north side of Calle Real to head down to the commercial center. But Mr. Robertson, as far as you know, there's no plan, there's not even space to put in a bike lane or a sidewalk much to the west of this project site, right? That right of way is very narrow before you get to the fence for Caltrans, right?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So this is interesting. So there already is a bike lane on Calle Real. So the bike lane issue is kind of moot. The sidewalk, so Ms. Carey's project will be installing full frontage improvements. So along the entire frontage of Calle Real to the point, or the existing driveway for the self-storage, sidewalk, curb gutter, and roadway lighting will be required. So I do want to correct a statement in the applicant's presentation about the 6 streetlights. Streetlights are required along the entire frontage, not just the 6 that were shown. So I mean, I just want to be clear about that there will be more streetlights required to county standard, but I don't think that's a big issue. As far as the sidewalk, that sidewalk again will go all the way to the point, the western point. Anything beyond that, now we're talking about a nexus for requiring that. It would be an offsite improvement. We have worked with applicants before to do offsite improvements, but the county would be required to work through some kind of reimbursement agreement with the applicant. I'm not going to say that we couldn't do that. And I'm not going to commit the county to that. That's something that would need to be worked out with Mr. McAlpin and Mr. Sneddon. But if there was potential there to do that, I think they would be more than willing to work with the applicant and see if they could extend the sidewalk on the south side.
But I guess my question is, I don't know how feasible that is, because to the south, to the west of the project site, there's really, I guess I don't know. I won't ask the question because I don't have the maps in front of me, but I don't think there's a lot of extra right of way to put in curb gutter sidewalk and a 8-foot pedestrian path or whatever it's going to be within what area right away you have on the south side of Calle Real.
Correct, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. I think I'm going to channel a little bit of county council here and just say, well, that's not the project that's in front of us. And our standards basically say that we are allowed to do frontage improvements on the project that's ahead of us or being presented to us. Anything outside of that, the discussion, we can have it. I don't know if it's feasible. I don't know if it's infeasible, but it's not what's being presented today. So that's kind of where I'm going to kind of stop on this one.
Okay. And then the last question is the pedestrian crossing at the proposed driveway that would line up with Orchard Park. We heard several people talk about that need today. And Trudy Carey is one thorough developer, and she really does a lot of thinking about all these projects. So I'm sure this has probably gotten discussed and it's been dismissed for one reason or another. But Mr. Robertson, can you help us understand? Because I think most people don't, that in order to put in a crosswalk, you have to meet certain warrants. There has to be a certain kind of volume of pedestrians and a certain kind of safety analysis. And there's all kinds of things before an agency will put in a crosswalk or a flashing beacon or anything. They don't just pop up, just like stop signs don't just pop up because people think that people are going too fast on their street. So what is the deal on the pedestrian crossing possibility at the new driveway lining up with Orchard Park?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So while the discussion was going on, I did quickly give our traffic engineer, Gary Smart, a call on this one. And he said exactly what you had just stated, that we follow the state and national guidelines and standards for installation of traffic control devices. So this would need to be vetted through the process of whether or not the warrants are met. Council does not generally support us putting in unwarranted traffic control devices. And the statement was made that it is highly unlikely that this location would meet the warrants, specifically because the guidelines state that you do not want to put a crosswalk within 600 feet, or less than 600 feet from another crosswalk, which we just did the measurement on that one. This is 550 feet. And the traffic engineer feels that it would be safer for the individuals, although longer, to walk to the existing controlled intersection and use the crosswalk that is provided.
At Patterson. That's what we're talking about.
Correct. And
okay.
Yes, it is not the direct path, but just like we had mentioned, traffic control devices also cause other problems. They also increase collisions or the potential for collisions. So it's not something that the county takes lightly. We do want to follow the warrants, and the county is more than willing to look at whether or not this would meet warrants and could be installed. But at this point, we don't have that data in front of us. So I can't commit the applicant or the county to that as well.
Okay. Thank you. Believe it or not, I don't think I have any other questions for staff or anybody else. Sorry, but thank you for indulging me in those technical depths.
No worries.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the lighted crosswalk as well. Although I realize that Mr. Robertson is correct about the 600 feet and this one's 550. But, I think it does warrant having your traffic engineer take a closer look at it. I'm one of those that, if I'm within 50 feet of what the normal requirement is, I might come to the conclusion it is safer to have a lighted crosswalk there, even though it's only 550 feet from another one. Because you're right, Will, they're not going to walk another 550 feet. They're going to jaywalk across there, or they're going to run across there. And I just wonder if it might not be safer to fudge a little bit on the footage. So for me, if the condition was you will look at it and come back with a recommendation and say that it's not warranted or it shouldn't be put in, as opposed to not look at it carefully. Are you okay with that?
Commissioner Blau, through the chair. Just a point of correction, it would not be jaywalking because this is a legal intersection and a pedestrian does have the right to cross at the intersection, which again, this is a legal intersection. It just would not have a crosswalk. So we're kind of splitting hairs there, but I do agree with you. And vehicles are bound by the law to stop for anybody who would be crossing here. But I do agree with you in the fact that, yes, we can say that a traffic engineer could look at this further. I just simply don't have the data in front of me.
Okay, I just, by example, I drive occasionally through San Luis Obispo, and there is one on, I don't remember which street it is, but it's one of the major commercial streets. And if it wasn't for the yellow flashing light, I swear to God, people get run over. But when they hit the button and the light's flashing, you stop your car. You don't have to be worried about the sun in your eyes or not seeing him in dark clothing. I just wonder if that's just not worthwhile to look at.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this. Keep in mind the warrants are not simply just for, the warrants are for liability reasons, but keep in mind too, there's an ongoing cost with this. If we put a beacon in, the beacon is not free to put in. There is a substantial cost with the flashing beacon. There's annual maintenance to that beacon. There's annual maintenance to the paint for the crosswalk. All this adds up, and it makes the question is how many pedestrians are actually using this. So that's part of the warrant as well. If we go out there and find that there's no pedestrians using it, then does it really make sense to put this in, or do we just use the infrastructure that's currently in place? Again, I think it's a valid point to have somebody look at this. Does it meet warrants? Does it not meet warrants? And let's have the discussion. But again, I don't have that data in front of us to help us progress with the discussion.
If you look at it and you decide it's not necessary or required, that's great. I just hope you're not wrong and no one gets killed.
I don't think it really makes a difference to the project today. But it is something that I can move up to the next step of management and see what happens.
Works for me.
If that would please the commission.
Works for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Park.
I want to follow up on this with Mr. Robertson, and I'm pleased to hear Mr. Robertson. And this reminds me of that statement that people make that sometimes the perfect is the enemy of the good. I don't think we have to compare necessarily A or B, A being a lighted crosswalk and B being absolutely nothing. Because I think that, of course, you're absolutely right. It would be considered an intersection by pedestrians, and under state law, they're allowed to think it's an intersection and they're allowed to cross there, and cars are supposed to stop for them. But with no crosswalks, they're going to get whacked. And I know this from living along Highway 246, where we have one lighted crosswalk in Solvang, numerous unlighted crosswalks, and then areas that I have to cross where there's no crosswalk, even though they are intersections under state law and the vehicles are supposed to stop, and they never do. So there are, in fact, sidewalks on the north side of Calle Real, right?
That is correct.
Heading to points west. So there will be places where people that if they felt safe and lived in these apartments, they would cross and go to points west after crossing and then getting on those north sidewalks, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And even though I know you very well addressed the point about increased safety from not having these drives from the neighborhood and from this new project being offset, having them essentially form an intersection, that would be safer for drivers, but it would also be safer for pedestrians as well, would it not?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I really can't make the statement that it would be safer. Because as stated earlier, when you put in traffic control devices, the unintended consequences that it does cause an increase in collisions. So it may be safer for the pedestrian, but it may not be safer to someone else. All that needs to be weighed in with the warrants. So it's the same answer I would give for a signal at an intersection where somebody thinks the signal is going to solve everything. Well, no, it reduces fatalities, but it increases property damage. Does that make it better? Yeah, we're saving a life, but it creates other problems.
Well, I see the logic. If we intimidate pedestrians so we have no provisions for them to go anywhere, then they won't walk anywhere, and then it'll be safer for them because they won't get hit by cars.
I'm going to make a comment that I'm going to go back in history when I first started with the county and when the Calle Real Shopping Center was actually being redone. And if you come over from McDonald's on the other side of Old Town, and you can walk down this path, and the path kind of terminates right there on Calle Real, and you have to cross without a crosswalk. My old boss, he ended up getting filleted at the Planning Commission at the time, Doreen Farr actually, and he made the comment that pedestrians will actually, the fact that not having a crosswalk crossing Calle Real at that location would have been safer because the pedestrian takes their own actions into account more than if you put a crosswalk down and they blindly walk out into the intersection. You can see that didn't go over very well, but there is some truth to that statement. Without a crosswalk here, if somebody's choosing to walk across it, they're going to be more accountable for their actions than if we put a crosswalk down. So with the islands, there are places for them to stop if they get halfway out, regardless of whether there is a crosswalk or not. But, would it help? Perhaps. And I still think that the county could commit to studying it. I just don't see the nexus, at least to this project. Well, how does this project necessitate the need for it? I don't know if I could quite make that connection, but it'd be a nicety.
Is there some policy or law against putting in painted crosswalks there?
The county follows state and national standards for the installation of those to reduce liability to the county. So that's how our traffic engineer follows all crosswalk installations. And the conversation with him earlier, he said, I'd have to see if it meets warrants. We just don't know if it meets the warrants. Again, warrants protecting the county from liability.
But by the way, offhand comment, I've litigated Nexus various times and had a lot of fun with it, especially suing the city of Santa Barbara on one. And I think there is a nexus. You put in more people living there, of course, and that's then you're creating an impact. And that certainly gives a connection to putting in a safety improvement, something as simple as getting somebody out there with a can of white paint, which I want to see on this project. But thank you. I have Chair Farini, I have a question of County Council. Would this be the right time to do that? It's important to me to do that before we go into deliberations.
Yeah, let's get it done.
Okay. And so who's County Council on this project? Is it our new guy?
That would be me, Commissioner Park.
Oh,
Chair, Callie Kim.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to see you anyway.
We got a third one here. Wow.
So here's my question. Normally, when I'm looking at what the BAR has done, here SBAR, it's an appeal, and so what I've got is a hearing de novo, and I get to pretend I'm on the BAR, and then I think, well, I don't know anything about window placement and heights and all that, but I know something about neighborhood compatibility and that. So I'll kind of venture into some things, but some things I want to defer to what the BAR has done. But this isn't an appeal. But then we're looking at a BAR determination. are we having some kind of de novo hearing today on these BAR issues? What's our relation to the BAR for this project?
Through the chair, Commissioner Park, the BAR has done conceptual review of the project, so they've kind of given their feedback, but your commission has full discretion to determine, you know, what you need to see in the project in order to make the requisite findings. So I don't think you're bound by their decisions at this stage or their feedback. And
so in a sense, it is in a sense a de novo hearing, regardless of all the work they've done on it so far on these aesthetic issues.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. And Chair Farini, I have no further questions of staff.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Park, can I just add in one thing, because I watch a lot of those BAR hearings and I know that they didn't struggle. They actually worked with the applicant very well, but they said before they wanted to do anything more with the case, they wanted to make sure that we were okay with the density and the general site layout. So I don't know, in other words, if there's something that you think that is not appropriate for the density, or if the commission comes to that decision, then that's direction that we could give back to the SBAR for the applicant to continue on with, if that makes sense. I mean, they're looking for guidance from us on the density and the build out and the basic footprint and the site plan as presented today. That's it. Okay.
Commissioner Bradley, did you have something else you wanted to add?
No. Other than the fact that I really apologize. I talked about this with the chair, but I have a hard break that I have to take at 12:30.
Right.
And I feel like we're very close, and I'm probably ready to make a motion, but I would love to hear from the other commissioners with enough time for me to form that. So that would be the polite and diplomatic thing to do, as we always do. So I'm interested in hearing what the other commissioners have to say.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
I'll be fast because you don't have much time. I understand there are some architectural issues here, and I look at this project and I see a certain mass and all this and that. I'm not an architect. I'm an attorney. I think this has gone in front of SBAR many times. Must have been a lot of discussions about the clustering there, about the what the east end looks like, what the scale of the building is, and all that. And I basically think that I want to defer to SBAR on those issues. And if they haven't considered them yet, they should, and they will. So I don't really need to speak more to the architectural issues, even though I understand and can sympathize with some of the points made by Cecilia Brown and Mr. Bradford. On the crosswalk, I know from my own experience, and I know from my outreach where I'm talking to people all the time about this question of pedestrian access, I want to see crosswalks there. That's the deal. I want to see them. Public is going to see it as an intersection. They're going to try to walk across, and there's going to be people who get hit because the drivers will say there's no crosswalk, so I don't need to slow down. And you've got this ambiguity, and you can fix it. Ideally with the lighted crosswalks, there's not so many of those, but you can get a can of paint out and paint them. So I want to see that.
Okay. And Ms. Carey, you've been waiting patiently, and I overlooked your rebuttal. So please go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Not very many comments. And to Cecilia's point about the SB 35 project by Frank Thompson, she is correct. It's a 2-story use, but it's at a 3-story height. They took over the plans from the previous developer, and it's at 35 feet. So it is 3 stories tall. They cleared that up. And I just want to point out about the BAR. Ms. Brown was at all 3 hearings. We discussed the end elevations at every hearing. We massaged it. You don't see it behind the trees rendering, but it has steps. It has a shed roof below it. And the BAR was pleased, and the BAR had long discussions 4 times. And the offset of that is, do we want to lose units? Because to step that back, you're going to lose units. And it came to the conclusion they were pleased with the architecture. and they approved it. And you can read all the BAR minutes. They discussed that in every meeting. So that was, I think, really well reviewed. And Cecilia was heard at all those meetings, as was Mr. Bradford. They attended all of them. So that's all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carey. Commissioner Blau? You're muted.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just going to weigh in and say I agree with Commissioner Park. You know, I am a developer. I do consider myself somewhat of an architect. I do design buildings and have in the past. However, it always irritates the hell out of me when I go to a planning commission hearing, and after I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars hiring an architect who's been to school for 8 years and done indentured servitude for 4 before he gets his license, that I should be the one to tell him it's not to the right scale, or no, it's silly. So I'm very happy with the architecture. I'm really happy that Ms. Carey didn't sell this project to a developer that does SB 35 projects, which, by the way, the one I'm trying to fight right now is not 3 stories, it's 5 stories. You know, in the middle of a residential area. I mean, I'm getting calls from from planners and from council members saying, Dan, how can I stop this? And I'm telling them, you can't. You know, it's like the state has mandated it. So I think this project is, quite frankly, gorgeous. I think they've done a good job taking a very difficult site and making it work out very, very well. I do agree with Commissioner Park that even though Mr. Robinson is probably correct about having to do warrants and so forth, if I had my way and I could condition it so that it had to have a flashing crosswalk out for that street, I would do that, because I don't really care about the county's liability. If it saves somebody's life, so what? That's the real liability that I think I'm charged with as someone who's concerned about the public's health and safety. So I don't know if that's possible. It's probably not important at this point, because all we're doing is making a recommendation to the board of supervisors, because they're the ones that are going to make the ultimate decision. So I think, for the record, I think I'd like to know the board to know that I think Commissioner Park and myself are in favor of a crosswalk. I would prefer it flashed and lighted, because I know those work, and people don't abuse them and they don't get hurt. So that's my vote so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau.
Okay.
Commissioner Cooney.
Cooney. You're muted, Commissioner Cooney.
Did you hear what I recommended?
It was secret.
No. But it's been a very interesting hearing, and Ms. Carey does a great job of presenting her project with lots of anecdotes about the difficulty of building in today's day. And I'm sympathetic to the neighbors who oppose the project on the basis that it's going to be too big, too much traffic, all of the things that are true. But we're living in an age when we really have to take into account more than what we would like personally. And, we can criticize the state mandates all we want, but the truth is we need to keep in mind the needs of people less fortunate than ourselves to come into our community, or we're going to be hampered as a community going forward. And I really do think it's not far for us to go to support this project, given the time, effort, and quality of building proposed. So if Commissioner Bradley makes a motion to recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors, I'd be inclined to vote for that. And I won't weigh in on that, on what I think is a tangential issue of the crosswalk, because it's been well mentioned and will get to the attention of the board.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Finney. Just real quick, I agree with my fellow commissioners on this project. This is a well-done project. Thank you, Ms. Carey and staff, for bringing this quality of project before us. So far, it's a good day. We got two good ones in a row. So, yeah, I'm ready to support the project. Commissioner Bradley?
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion. And the only issue that is a little bit messy is the crosswalk issue. And I think there's a solution here where we could get this done today, which is to ask staff to somehow, I understand there's not a nexus. Everybody's telling me there's no nexus. However, I would like staff to, I'm sorry, go ahead. Did Mr. Wilson want to add something?
No, I'll call him when it's.
Oh,
time.
sorry. Okay.
One.
However, I guess in my day and age, if there were frontage improvements of any kind needed when a project came in, you tried to get to the developer to help with them. And I really appreciate what the Carey Group is going to do in terms of all the frontage improvements and the landscaping and the street lighting. And I know that it's not cheap, but this is obviously a very major issue. I have no issues with the architecture, the site planning. I think it makes complete sense to have the building at the back of the site. I am not that concerned about the east end frontage onto Patterson, because I think that's a 2 to 3 second view as people drive by it. So I'm fine leaving the architecture the way it is and leaving it to SBAR. They already tussled with it. If they come up with something else, then that is their job. The traffic analysis, everything is fine with me. The 27 units on this site is one of the most modest things that the neighborhood could possibly expect in their lifetime. And considering that it was proposed for an Albertsons, over a decade ago, and it could be an affordable housing project of 3 times the number of units, and county staff already suggested to Ms. Carey that she try to put in more units. And she said, no, I want something that's gonna work. I think that the neighbors should be appreciative of it. And the struggle that I'm reading in all these comments is that they just don't want it to change. And that is something we hear month in and month out. So I would move that the only problem I'm having with the motion is I would love it if staff could figure out a way to include some sort of a condition for the recommendation number 5 on just the development plan. This has nothing to do with the GP and a rezone recommendation of the board, but on the development plan and those findings, to ask that the applicant work with Public Works and possibly bond for a future pedestrian crosswalk when those warrants are met, or do the study and bond, or do something so that she doesn't get to not walk away without it being more fully studied. And I don't know if that's going to make the rest of the commission feel 100% supportive, but I'm split between respecting Public Works and understanding what those warrants mean. You do not put in a stop sign unless it's warranted. You don't put in a crosswalk. And right now, those warrants aren't met, but they may be met once the project is occupied. So I'm hearing from some staff that there's not a nexus for this, but there may be once it's operational. So I'm wondering if Trudy could bond for it and do the study and help with the installation. That's my hope for a condition.
So Commissioner Bradley, what has been recommended is, since this gets passed on to the board as a recommendation from Planning Commission, that we recommend that they address the sidewalk issue.
Okay.
And not really change the conditions and clutter up the project. But as a unit, the Planning Commission could recommend to the Board of Supervisors to address the site.
Perfect. That would be, and whether it's in the minute motion or whatever it is that we pass on, that'd be great. So my motion is to accept staff's recommendation in approving the recommendation of the Board of Supervisors for the approval of the mitigated ND and the CEQA findings. Recommend to the board that they also adopt the resolution in attachment E of today's staff report for the general plan amendment on also the rezone, and then approve the development plan. So items 1 through 5 on page 2 of our staff report with no changes to the conditions.
And then just add that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors to address the,
Right, with the commission's support that the
Yes.
review of the installation of a crosswalk at Orchard Park and the project entrance be further evaluated.
perfect. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I will second that. I would like to say that the crosswalk be a lighted, flashing crosswalk that they consider. And if Mr. Robinson and the Public Works Department convinces the board that it's not appropriate or not doable, that's their decision. We're just saying we don't have enough information today to recommend that as a condition, but we just need them to look at it and give Public Works notice that they need to address it before it goes to the board. Is that agreeable with Commissioner Ridley?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
And I second it.
Commissioner Park?
There's part of me that says, oh, good, I got to argue this whole Nexus issue all over again, City of Tigard and Nolan and all that. But, that's not my job here anymore. And I don't want to take the time before the 12:30 call that Commissioner Bridley has or whatever else, although I'd love to argue it in court. I just encourage Trudy Carey to think of this as a beneficial feature for her project, something that's like a beneficial feature for the people that will rent there. There's a nice, safe project there. I'll bet if the developer said, I want to paint out some crosswalks, that Public Works isn't going to stop her. And if they did, I'd say, oh my God, bureaucracy has taken over this world. But nevertheless, I will support the motion. I think you come up with an elegant solution. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone that has spoken on this, from the developer to Mr. Bradford to people like Pete Giordano, who I've known over 60 years when we were neighbors, that the level of comment, of public discourse has been really high, really good points to be made, good analysis, and very polite and respectful. So I just want to appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Cooney, your hand's up.
Just waiting to vote.
Okay, very good. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion
Okay,
passes
that's
5-0.
It's still 12:30, Commissioner Brown. You're not late
Yes,
yet.
touchdown, Chair Farini,
You got
touchdown.
it.
So we'll be back at 1:30.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin the next item.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Could you start us off by reading item 3 into the record, please?
Of course, thank you. The following is a request of the appellant, the Shaw Street Maintenance Association, and Seth Steiner, president of the SSMA, to consider case number 21-8PL45, an appeal of their approval of the tentative parcel map, case number 20-TPM3, by the zoning administrator.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ex parte site visit disclosures. I'll start up. I did do a site visit down there yesterday. Met with Mr. Ruffino and his son. And I also had a couple of phone call conversations with the appellant, Mr. Steiner. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I've met with Ruffino a couple of times in this project, and I think maybe Francis Romero, I'm not sure about that, but Steve Ruffino I've met with a couple of times. And I also need to disclose to Miss Kim, I have done work for Steve Ruffino in the past. He's been I've been a vendor of his for some cabinet works. However, it's been more than a year. I think it's been 2 years since we actually did any financial transactions, but full disclosure.
Thank you, Commissioner Bob. Commissioner Cooney. You're muted, Mike.
Yes, I have to report a site visit Sunday. Went all around the property and am well oriented. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
I have another number of contacts. First one is just about a year ago. I met with Steve Ruffino and his son, and we toured the property. And then on that side of the ledger, I've had a couple of phone conversations with Francis Romero, and I don't think anything else. And then, but also I met with various neighbors, including Seth Steiner, and that was months ago, and I can't remember exactly when. And again, we kind of walked around the neighborhood and so forth. And then I had a more recent meeting with Mr. Steiner, probably in the last month or something like that. And that's basically my contacts.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bradley.
I did a site visit up there with, am I muted? I'm sorry.
No, you're not muted.
Oh, I'm not muted, okay. I did a site visit up there. I think it was actually in October. Might have been the first week of November. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it in my calendar, but it was in the last month and a half. And I met with Mr. Steiner, and then I had a conversation with Ms. Romero last week. And I have not spoken with Mr. Ruffino or anybody else.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Blau reminded me, I also spoke with Francis Romero on this. And I guess super full disclosure, in 1986, Mr. Ruffino built a house for me. So, but I don't see a conflict there. Okay, so on to the staff presentation. Mr. Singer.
Thank you, Chair Farini, and good afternoon. I am prepared to present, but I will wait until there's the presentation. Perfect. So today I am presenting 21-APL45, which is the appeal of the Ruffino tentative parcel map by the Shaw Street Maintenance Association, headed by the president of the association, Seth Steiner. Next slide, please. The site location is shown here. It's on the eastern side of Los Alamos, and it's just southwest of the Highway 101 on-ramp and Bell Street. Next slide, please. The tentative parcel map was submitted on June 10th, 2020. A community meeting was held on January 28th, 2021 with coordination between the planning department and Supervisor Hartman's office. The project was approved by the zoning administrator at the August 23rd, 2021 hearing, and the appeal was filed on September 1st, 2021. Next slide, please. The proposed project is a tentative parcel map to subdivide one parcel of 66,645 square feet into 4 parcels ranging from 12,415 square feet to 19,305 square feet. The proposed project also includes easements for access and utilities, and no structural development is proposed as part of this project. Next slide, please. The map exhibit is shown here. The 4 proposed parcels are outlined in red, and the green areas are existing structures. They consist of on parcel 4, so where the marker is right now, that is the existing single-family dwelling. Just to the right of that is an existing barn. And then on proposed parcel 3, the 2 smaller structures are a windmill and a water tower. And then next to that is an existing ADU, which, if approved with the map, will become the single-family dwelling on parcel 3. Next slide, please. 5 appeal issues were raised, with issues 1 and 2 both having 3 distinct parts. Additionally, through their counsel, the appellant submitted a 95-page letter on Tuesday, November 23rd, alleging that the applicant does not have legal access via Shaw Street. However, as described in the Board of Supervisors resolution abandoning Shaw Street as a public right-of-way, which is included as attachment M to the staff report, the project site is expressly granted the rights of ingress and egress over the 17.5-foot wide road section between Shaw Street Circle and Foxen Lane. For appeal issue 1, the appellant identifies 3 findings which they contend cannot be made. Issue 1A is the contention that the site is not physically suited for the proposed density, which is finding 2, 1, 3, 4. In response, staff finds that the site is suitable for the density of parcels. All proposed parcels are greater than the minimum 10,000 square feet parcel size. No development is proposed as part of the tentative parcel map, and any future development will be fully reviewed by the planning staff at the time of submittal. Next slide, please. Issue 1B is the assertion that Shaw Street is a 1-lane bottleneck and does not constitute an adequately wide access road, which is required per finding 222. In response, staff finds that the proposed project was reviewed by County Public Works Transportation Division and the Fire Department, who both confirmed it meets the requirements. Additionally, the Fire Department requires that Shaw Street will be widened along the project site prior to any future development. Next slide, please. For issue 1C, the appellant states that illegal parking along the fire lane and road bottleneck could impede emergency vehicles and create a hazard, which would mean finding 225 could not be made. In response, staff finds that the proposed project will not create a hazard. The fire department did not express any concerns regarding illegal parking on the width of Shaw Street, other than requiring that Shaw Street be widened along the parcel. And additionally, cars parked along a fire lane can be legally removed if they present a risk to health and safety, regardless of the road status as public or private. Next slide, please. For appeal issue 2, the appellant asserts that there are 3 traffic issues with the proposed project. Issue 2A is the contention that the county avoided requiring a traffic study and reduced the estimate of potential traffic. In response, staff finds the proposed project was reviewed by Public Works Transportation Division, who confirmed it will not generate traffic in numbers that would require a traffic study, and that there's no evidence that traffic estimates were reduced by the county. Next slide, please. Issue 2B is the assertion that widening Shaw Street could attract additional traffic from the rest of Los Alamos. In response, staff finds that there was no data provided to support this claim and that the widened portion of Shaw Street will be consistent with all applicable county policies and standards. Next slide, please. For issue 2C, the appellant states that allowing egress to Main Street will have a lesser reduction in traffic than estimated. Staff's response is that no data is provided to support this claim and that there is no requirement for reduced traffic via egress to Main Street. Next slide, please. Appeal issue 3 is the contention that the county did not, and there's a typo on the issue. It should read, did not send the proposed project to the Los Alamos Planning and Advisory Committee, or LAWPAC, to avoid drawing attention to it. In response, staff finds that that tentative parcel maps are not subject to LAWPAC review, and that LAWPAC reviews development plans, conditional use permits, tract maps, legislative acts, and mining and reclamation plans. Additionally, the proposed project not going to LAWPAC did not preclude any member of LAWPAC or a community member from commenting on the proposed project. And as mentioned, the planning department did hold a community meeting on the project in coordination with Supervisor Hartman's office. Next slide, please. Appeal issue 4 is the assertion that the 100-foot one-lane bottleneck on Shaw Street is a significant environmental effect and requires environmental review. In response, staff finds that there will not be an environmental impact. The bottleneck existed at the time of the Los Alamos Community Plan update and the related environmental impact report. And additionally, the fire department is requiring that Shaw Street be widened along the project site, which will have a beneficial impact on traffic and circulation. Next slide, please. For appeal issue 5, the appellant states that there is not enough space to meet parking requirements, which could lead to illegal parking along the fire lane. In response, staff finds that there is no structural development proposed as part of the proposed project, and therefore parking requirements do not apply at this time. All development will be reviewed by planning staff for consistency with the county land use and development code at the time of submittal, including for parking requirements. And additionally, cars parked along a private fire lane can be legally removed as mentioned previously. Next slide, please. The proposed project was reviewed under CEQA section 15183 of the state CEQA guidelines. This section allows projects to be exempted from environmental review if they're consistent with a community plan that included an environmental impact report. The Los Alamos Community Plan established the zoning and land uses for the greater Los Alamos area and considered the impacts of maximum plan build out under these designations. The proposed project will create 4 lots, which are larger than the minimum parcel size allowed by the 10 R2 zone district and does not include any development. Section 15183 therefore applies, and the proposed project can be exempted from further environmental review. Next slide, please. Staff recommends the Planning Commission take the following action to deny the appeal, case number 21 APL 45, make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in attachment A to the staff report, including CEQA findings, determine that the proposed project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15183, and grant de novo approval of the proposed project, case number 20 TPM3, subject to the conditions included as attachment B. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the commission may have, as is Mr. Robertson from Public Works Transportation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singer. Commissioner Park.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. I'm going to throw you some odd questions, but bear with me. LAPAC, you know, the LAPAC, Los Alamos, it's not Political Action Committee, it's Planning Advisory Committee, right? Could they take this up if they wanted to? I mean, if they wanted to say, we want to agendize this and talk about this, we'd like to make a recommendation. Is there any reason they couldn't do that?
Chair Farini, Commissioner Park, I'm not aware of any reason that they couldn't bring it to themselves and discuss it. It's just parcel maps are not something that the planning department forwards to the planning advisory committees.
Right, but if there was a community meeting last January, and given the size of this community and the degree to which I believe that this project has been publicized, I'm going to assume LAPAC is aware of it. Well, you don't know that or not.
I might expect so, and did briefly discuss kind of the, not so much jurisdiction, but what LAPAC looks at with the current chair of LAPAC. And if I'm remembering correctly, he was aware of the project, yes.
Yeah, and so, but LAPAC doesn't get tentative parcel maps, but it does get tract maps?
That is correct.
What's the difference? Just the size of the subdivision? Or?
That is correct. A tentative parcel map is a subdivision of 4 lots or fewer, and a tract map is 5 lots or more.
Right, triggers different review. Okay, well, I'm kind of still struggling with that. I think I'd like to hear them weigh in, but there's been a lot of opportunity for that to occur so far, so look into that more. Is there any way to force a widening of Shaw all the way out to Foxen?
Chair Farini, Commissioner Park. No, not that I could think of. The remaining portion that it would need to be widened is on the neighboring parcel. It is owned by that person at the time that they come in to develop their parcel. That may be required by the fire department, but at this juncture, through this project, we cannot require that their neighbor also widen the road.
Yeah. So if this project gets approved and built out or whatever, there will still be that narrower part, and that's 17 and a half feet wide, Shaw, at that point where it's kind of running into Foxen?
That is correct.
Okay, now here's my craziest question. I was speaking to one private planner about this general area, and they said, what you need is a specific plan. Now, and I can kind of see the idea of, if one were a supreme authority, and believe me, I don't really think that I am, you could look at some of the other ways of access into this property over some of the other parcels, and it would solve a lot of these issues. And so what would it take to do a specific plan, and how could that improve the situation?
Sure, for you, Commissioner Park. I could not tell you right now what it would take to do a specific plan. The specific plans that I'm aware of in the county are the ones, for example, the Rice Ranch developments, which were done as part of that to do a large development.
So a large scale.
Most likely, yes, a large scale would have to be a much larger scale development. And even then, if, for example, you could do a specific plan for this development, that wouldn't necessarily allow, and again, an effect on the neighboring parcels unless they're included within that.
Good. Well, see, I'm keeping you on your toes. So no questions further for now, Chair Freeney, but that doesn't mean they'll stop at some point.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney, just checking in if you had a question. No. Okay, well, now we will move on to the appellant presentation. And I had spoken with the appellant earlier on the phone and gave him 15 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for rebuttal. Mr. Steiner.
Yes, thank you, Chair Farini. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I represent the owners of the 18 homes on this private section of Shaw Street that runs east from Wickenden Street to Foxen Lane. It's about 750 feet. The county abandoned this about 2 decades ago, and we pay annual dues to our association to maintain it. We're happy, however, to see pedestrians and bicyclists from all parts of town enjoying its quiet safety. Now, first, the developer's claim to Shaw Street access rights is contested on legal grounds. The order to vacate did not convey the right to use the entirety of Shaw Street to access the property. It did not grant the property owners an easement from any public road to the property along the private section of Shaw Street. The property, therefore, has no legal right along the private portions of Shaw Street. One, contrary to county staff's findings, there's no evidence in the record that any owner of the property has the legal right to access the property via Shaw. Board of Supervisors Resolution 04222 is the only evidence in the record cited to support a conclusion that the property has sufficient access for a TPM. Interestingly, the applicant did not provide any other evidence establishing an easement along Shaw Street to the property. 3, the order to vacate does not provide the property with an easement that reaches from Foxen Lane or Shaw Street Circle to the property itself. And 4, the order to vacate did not convey the right to use the entirety of Shaw Street to access the property. There's no other evidence in the record which demonstrates that the property or Mr. Ruffino possess a valid easement along the entirety of the street. Therefore, the property has no legal right of access along the private portions of Shaw. We believe legal analysis indicates that the county did not in fact have the legal right to convey any easement, or that the county did not properly grant an easement via the order to vacate. Please see our attorney's letter to the Planning Commission for further details. Putting putting aside for the moment these legal issues, we're neither against new development in Los Alamos, nor are we opposed to affordable housing. However, our safety, our home values, and our quality of life needs to be respected by the county and not undermined. Decisions ought to be taken carefully and conservatively, as they will affect the lives of so many for so long. Too often, though, the county transportation planner seems to have a decidedly permissive bias that uses book formulas and dismisses or minimizes problematic realities. And when it suits him, he either characterizes our charming little town as semi-rural or as urban, whichever advances his position. Copies of a petition have been provided to you. It reads, quote, "We residents of Los Alamos object to the current plans for development of the Rufino lot. As long as the one-lane bottleneck remains at Foxen and as many as 12 dwellings on the site may have access from Shaw Street, the increased traffic would be dangerous for vehicles and pedestrians, and parking of vehicles along the Shaw Street fire lane would impede emergency access. The petition has been signed by more than 200 residents." The developer's plan would result in significant threats to safety and health. For this reason, we ask that approval be denied. P&D has been able to avoid a CEQA review and a traffic study, and the town has not been able to effectively weigh in via our Los Alamos Planning Advisory Committee. There is widespread discontent in town about the way it has been handled. State Government Code 66474 is cause on 3 grounds for denial of this TPM. First, the applicant has stated his intent, quote, "to allow for full potential use of the parcels," end quote. The site, with as many as 11 additional dwelling units, is not, quote, "not physically suited for the proposed density of the development," end quote. Further, only half of all dwellings would have garages. This plan does not allow sufficient parking space to avoid serious public safety problems. Second, cause for disapproval of the DPM is called for due to a, quote, "lack of adequate width or improvement of access roads," end quote. Here, the 100-foot-long one-lane bottleneck would remain a danger. And third, the, quote, "potential creation of hazard to life or property from fire or other catastrophe," end quote, which could result from impeded passage of emergency vehicles due to illegal parking along the narrow fire lane and be exacerbated at the bottleneck. First, the bottleneck. At the intersection with Foxen Lane, the 100-foot one-lane section of Shaw would become yet more unsafe. When a vehicle is traveling east on Shaw, approaching or within this one-lane section, a vehicle having entered or intending to enter from Foxen Lane must back up, stop, and wait on Foxen until the other passes. This is already inherently dicey, particularly because much traffic in this section of Foxen Lane, having just exited 101 or approaching entry to the highway, is speeding. Especially as there are no sidewalks or shoulders here, the narrow road also poses an unmanageable safety issue for pedestrians, including children taking this direct path to and from the town's schools, to bicyclists, dog walkers, and families with infants and strollers, as well as a problem for unimpeded emergency access. Second, the traffic volume. We believe the county's transportation planner has woefully underestimated the likely increase in traffic and minimized risks at the bottleneck. He stated that the county would not be liable for accidents and injuries. His claims may meet standards set forth in the ITE manual, but they cannot forestall litigation against the county following accidents or injury. Compounding this, he does not account for the fact that widening of the road itself would act as a magnet, attracting additional non-permitted traffic from elsewhere. And as I've said, we welcome pedestrians and bicyclists who make regular use of this private road. This part of Los Alamos culture would largely cease, and what remains would be exposed to a heightened threat to safety. The peak traffic numbers claimed by the county planner are way too low. We maintain that additional traffic would be he maintains that it would be only 6 new cars an hour. The planner's figures are obviously simply wrong. As this affects safety, life, and health, a more expansive and realistic approach is needed. Many households in Los Alamos consist of large or extended families, or of sharing by non-related members. Many have a total of 4 or more vehicles. The additional traffic volume from 12 homes, assuming 3 to 4 vehicles per home, could include during peak traffic on school days as many as 24 peak hour vehicle trips, driving to and from the local schools. Additional peak hour trips to work for shopping or other errands, or for visiting from friends, could account for a total of as many as 24 more peak hour vehicle trips. After the partial widening and its magnet effect, there would also be vehicles from other parts of town that do not have the right to drive here. Many would use Shaw Street as the most direct route to the schools in town, to the library, to the county park, or Drum Canyon Road for access to 246, and then onward to Lompoc, Buellton, and Solvang. There would also be trucks associated with utilities, deliveries, and repair services. This additional traffic is estimated at another 24 peak hour vehicle trips, altogether for a total of 72, not 6. Third, insufficient parking. With 12 dwelling units, there could be 4 dozen vehicles, not including vehicles visiting for personal or commercial reasons. Further, the 6 ADUs would not have garages, and it's common here for many or most homeowners to use their garage partly or solely for the storage of personal items. There would simply not be sufficient space on the property or conveniently nearby to safely accommodate all vehicles. Legal parking on Shaw, east of Wickenton, is red curbed, and it's in its entirety a fire lane. Any vehicles parking here could impede emergency access, and removal may not be sufficiently timely to avoid delay to emergency vehicles. Fire Captain Glenn Fiddler shares our concerns about added traffic, about the bottleneck and the effect of illegally parked cars. He stated that given the choice, Shaw is not the right road for access. Fourth, amended plan to allow more access to Main Street. The developer's amended plan allows egress via Main from lots 1, 2, and 3. This, although not unwelcome, only theoretically could have the effect of trimming Shaw Street traffic by as much as the 50% that's claimed. More likely, most traffic would continue to exit via Shaw Street because it's the direct route to our schools, library, county park, and Drum Canyon Road onward to 246. Further reducing the attraction of egress from Main is that it would require waiting for the operation of a gate. No evidence or study has been provided to support the 50% traffic reduction assertion. It would be more accurate to say that it could result in a small and unknowable decrease, perhaps just several percent. In conclusion, we ask that this TPM not be approved as the applicant lacks legal access to Shaw Street. Further, if not denied, these conditions of approval are asked of you. 1, project approval should be conditioned on eliminating the one-lane bottleneck. 2, alternatively, with regard to access from Foxen Lane, the property APN 101-260-15, adjacent to Mr. Ruffino's, could provide ingress and egress as originally planned by Mr. Ruffino. That property may be available for sale in the near future, or at least an easement could be arranged. Or, if the transportation planner is correct about low additional traffic volume, another accommodation with Caltrans allowing all access from Main Street should be sought. By the way, Mr. Ruffino missed 2 opportunities last year to purchase neighboring properties that would have provided Foxen Lane access. 3, the project should be conditioned on providing sufficient on-site parking for the maximum number of vehicles that could be associated with 12 homes with only 6 garages, some of which would only be partly used for parking, if at all. Further, there would be additional vehicles associated with normal commerce and visiting friends, also needing parking. 4, the number of dwellings should be reduced to allow for sufficient on-site parking. Or finally, homeowners should be required to pay SSMA annual dues in return for association membership. Mr. Villalobos now has some images of our road, and this will end our presentation. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos.
We're bringing those up now. Mr. Steiner, I think that's the end of the photos.
There are 2 or 3 more. One of them shows my wife and I driving from Foxen to enter the one-lane bottleneck, being confronted by a truck and having to back up and wait on Foxen Lane. I believe that's number 20. That was number 1.
I believe that's what we have.
I think I've described it. It's simply that here was an instance where we happened to be driving back and were forced to back up and wait on Foxen Lane for the truck to pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steiner. Now we'll go on to the applicant presentation. Ms. Romero.
Oh, thank you, Chair Farini. Good afternoon, Planning Commission staff, members of the public. My name is Frances Romero, and I'm with TW Land Planning and Development. I'm Mr. Ruffino's agent for this project. It's been a great day for good projects, so hopefully the trend will continue. I was not on this.
Jeffrey, will we have an opportunity to ask Mr. Steiner questions at some point today? I mean, I don't need to do it right now, but I did have a question of him.
Yeah.
I can do it at rebuttal.
I'm just following my order of hearing here, and I think where we'll do it is when they come back after public comment for their rebuttal.
Good idea.
Thanks. Okay. Ms. Romero, please continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I was not on this project from its beginning in 2019. I started work in December of 2020. Before I begin my presentation with the slides, and I know David's probably working to bring that up now, I'd like to note that the staff report is very complete and it delivers the facts of the project for your deliberation. I'd like to thank staff for their work. I appreciate that the entitlement process allows for our community members to voice their opinions. And I'm hopeful that you will objectively consider this project and see that my client and I, in collaboration with county staff and help from the 3rd District Office, have addressed neighbor concerns to the extent possible. There are many incorrect statements in the comment letters and other materials that have been written about Mr. Ruffino's possible future plans, as no plans have been submitted to date. Please remember that no application for development has been submitted. Due to the parcel being in Los Alamos, a special problems area, it was necessary to provide additional information that reasonably foreseeable development. David, are the slides getting close? Thank you. I'd like to introduce you to my client today, the project applicant, summarize project improvements and community outreach, talk about legal rights to access the parcel and the Shaw Street Maintenance Association, and the approved project versus the content of the appeal before you today. I'd like to emphasize that the project before you today is a lot split. We're moving lines on paper to create 3 additional parcels that are consistent with the existing zoning on the site and are actually larger than the minimum requirement of 10,000 square foot lots. This is what was envisioned in both Los Alamos community plans. And as staff mentioned earlier, the lots range in size from over 12,000 net square feet to over 19,000 net square feet, which also makes them larger than the average parcel size in the vicinity of this project. Next slide. Mr. Ruffino has lived in the Central Coast for decades and has built many quality homes and rental units that are still attractive today. It is not uncommon for a realtor to list a home as a Ruffino home. This is a compliment to the quality of the home that he builds. I've included some of the locations and projects that he has worked on over the years. Next slide. I wanted to briefly show you an old Los Alamos map from 1881. You can see our parcel outlined in red. Next slide. This slide shows parcel detail from 1972. Parcel B is the location at 774 Main Street. It's highlighted in red. Also note the adjacent parcel A to the west because you'll see a big change on that in the next slide. This slide shows you a combination of 2 different APN maps so that you can see how the area has developed. You can see our parcel highlighted in light blue with a yellow star, and that parcel A next to it turned into 3 parcels. When I started work on this project, a voluntary community meeting had been scheduled to receive early comments on the project. This meeting was extended as a courtesy, a bit of an olive branch from Mr. Ruffino because of the level of community interest, and with the understanding that county procedures did not require project review by the LawPAC. Prior to the meeting, Mr. Ruffino was aware that the addition of traffic onto Shaw Street was a concern for his neighbors that reside on lots that are now part of APN 29 pictured at the bottom of the screen to the left. And despite the fact that we had confirmed that any traffic generated by a future project would be minimal, he directed me to coordinate with County Fire, County Roads, Caltrans prior to the community meeting to identify possible solutions to neighbor concerns about traffic on Shaw Street. I had several meetings over the course of several days with all of those departments to try to come up with a solution. Next slide. Before I share our reply to neighbor concerns, I'd like to provide a quick orientation. The proposed parcels are outlined in red. The green arrows denote the flow of traffic in, out, and around the site. And the blue area indicates the road widening improvements along the project frontage. So that area there also shows you with APN ending in 017, the parcel to the east that is that last 100 feet going out to Foxen Lane. The outcome of my departmental meetings was to turn the emergency access gate between parcels 3 and 4, located in the yellow circle, gold circle there, into unrestricted egress through an out gate onto Main Street for parcels 1, 2, and 3 that are accessed from Shaw. Access from Main Street for parcels 1, 2, and 3 will be restricted to emergency vehicles only. We expect that this additional egress to Main Street will reduce the number of trips onto Shaw Street because it provides future residents with an alternate, more direct route to Main Street, Bell Street, and Highway 101, eliminating 2 turns and driving over speed bumps. It will also allow service vehicles such as emergency, mail, and utility vehicles to exit the site without turning around and going back out Shaw Street. This proposal was presented to community members who attended the community meeting hosted by Supervisor Hartman's office in January of 2021. We'd like to thank Supervisor Hartman's office, who was instrumental in securing Caltrans support for this improvement. Next slide. To be clear, my client's property has a legal right to use Shaw Street for access. His right is no different from his neighbor's. Bargen Survey did the initial research as part of their preparation of the parcel map. A letter from Marshall Bargen, a certified surveyor, was submitted on Monday for your review. In 2004, Board of Supervisor Resolution 04222 considered the potential for future lot splits and specifically states in number 6 of the resolution that in the event any of the above parcels are legally subdivided, the new parcels resulting therefrom shall also have the right to ingress and egress. The Board of Supervisors anticipated future lot splits in this area, and the subject parcel is listed in the resolution as APN 101-260-040. Next slide. This slide provides a good visual about how the area has developed. The surrounding lots have been split numerous times to allow development of homes, including the lots to the south along Shaw Street. At the time of the resolution, there were only 8 APNs identified. Today, 18 APNs have resulted from those initial parcels. The Shaw Street Maintenance Association members who oppose this lot split live on previously split lots. As you can see in this exhibit, my client's parcel is one of the only remaining parcels that has not been split or divided. It may actually be the largest parcel in that area, other than the one that has all of the smaller units facing on Wickenden. Next slide. This is a simple lot split application with no development proposed at this time. There are 53 homes within 300 feet of the parcel, and there are 276 homes that were included in a 1,000-foot noticing, with only about 3% of the noticed addresses providing comment on the project at zoning administrator. Based on my experience, this level of opposition is nothing out of the ordinary. Based on the emails you have received for this hearing as of noon yesterday, there was 1 letter in favor and 7 against the project, which is almost identical to the comments submitted to the zoning administrator. As for the petition, most of us have quickly signed a petition at one time or another without fully researching a topic. It's hard for me to believe that everyone who signed this really understands the site. And then again, there are a few people who signed it that live in Buellton. I don't know why they would have an interest in this project. Next slide. The appeal was filed by the Shaw Street Maintenance Association, who expected my client to join their association and pay dues pretty much as of last year when we initially started talking. In response to that request, I asked for information about the association from the Shaw Street Maintenance Association vice president at the time, and none was ever provided. As confirmed multiple times by both the Planning and Public Works Department, there is no mechanism that require Mr. Ruffino to join the SSMA through a condition of approval because association membership is a private civil matter. The conditions of approval for the lot split already condition the owner to install and maintain the portion of the frontage of Shaw Street under his ownership in perpetuity. So we believe that this represents his fair share of Shaw Street's maintenance. In the event that that is not enough, Mr. Ruffino will explore his options. He's a reasonable, fair man. Considering the relationship to date with the Shaw Street Maintenance Association, any discussions about his membership would depend on reasonable negotiations with the association's board, transparency of the association's activities, including budgets to justify the cost of membership. Any reasonable person would want this information. The good news is that the frontage along Mr. Ruffino's property will be improved and available for all Shaw Street Maintenance Association members to use, along with any member of the community that currently enjoys riding their bike or walking in this area. The widening will partly address the road width concerns voiced by neighbors, and both Fire and Roads see the widening as a positive for Shaw Street that currently operates at a level of Service A and will continue to do so into the future with reasonably foreseeable development on the parcels created by the lot split on the zoning for duplexes. While the staff report did an excellent job of responding to the appeal, I thought I'd close with the text of the appeal, which includes no concerns about legal rights to access Shaw. That's a recent issue that came up in the last 48 hours. The letter submitted by the association's attorney indicates that not all underlying legal issues have been reviewed. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, back up, David, you were good. Neither of these issues, item number 1 or number 2, have anything to do with moving lines on paper, which is the project before your commission. This application is for a lot split, not for development. Environmental impacts of reasonably foreseeable development have been determined to be insignificant and within the scope of impacts considered by the Los Alamos Community Plan EIR. Lack of impacts from traffic have been confirmed by Public Works Management Team. Nonetheless, the applicant has done what he can to address the neighbor concerns. The approval and eventual recordation of 3 additional lots cannot be made responsible for the final 100 feet of Shaw Street improvements. This matter has already been settled by case law in both the Nolan and Dolan cases, although I will talk about what Mr. Ruffino has tried to do regarding this last 100 feet in just a moment. This project is required to provide frontage improvements built to Santa Barbara County standards through their engineering design. County Roads Department has already weighed in on the project, stating that Shaw Street will remain a level of Service A with density consistent with the zoning. Comments about future potential residents' behavior to park in fire lanes and have 4 cars per unit are nothing more than wild speculation. We need to rely on the science, not emotion about traffic. The appellant has not provided a traffic study to demonstrate a traffic impact because there is none. Mr. Ruffino is not proposing a zone change. He is only seeking to use the zoning that is on the parcel that he purchased. This project was designed and conditioned to ensure emergency access was feasible to the new parcels from both Main Street and Shaw Streets. Emergency vehicles will continue to utilize the improved widened section of Shaw Street west of the site for access to the property and neighboring properties. By widening a 160-foot section of Shaw Street at the applicant's property boundary and providing unrestricted egress and ingress for emergency vehicles through the site, the project is ensuring better access for all neighboring parcels. It should be noted that my client was willing to pay for the widening of Shaw Street to Foxen Lane on the parcel next to him to the east at the corner of Foxen Lane and Shaw Street, but neither the prior owner nor the current owner have any interest in allowing these improvements, even at no cost to them. Mr. Ruffino has done what he can do to solve a pre-existing bottleneck that he did not create. Additionally, Mr. Ruffino did try to purchase the parcel to the east, but could not come to an agreement with the seller. Just because something's for sale doesn't always mean that an agreement can be reached. Perhaps the width problem was created when the parcel across the street from Mr. Ruffino was split into 4 parcels, now known as 750, 760, 780, and 790 Shaw Streets, as part of tentative parcel map 14558. 2 of the project opponents reside at 750 and 760 Shaw. And last slide. The facts of this lot split merit an approval. Land use decisions should be based on facts, not wild speculation about development plans that do not exist or ongoing mischaracterizations by the appellant. As an example, there was an email submitted that Mr. Singer has from the fire department regarding what Glenn Fiddler did not say to Mr. Steiner. I hope that Mr. Singer will be able to read that into the record. And at our zoning administrator hearing, Larry Apple, who is a well-respected planner, also had to submit a letter to correct the record because statements that he made had been mischaracterized by the appellant as well. So I would just want to close by saying that we all live in homes that are built on land that was vacant at one time or another and was part of a parcel map or a lot split. There is a need for housing of all types in our county and state. Mr. Ruffino is only seeking the ability to utilize his property with the zoning designation and density already envisioned by county codes, not the density that the state is encouraging. We request that your commission deny the appeal and uphold the approval by the zoning administrator. I'm here and available should you have any questions, and I thank you for your time. Look forward to your deliberation.
Thank you, Ms. Romero. Mr. Villalobos, now would be time for public comment.
Mr. Chair, we do have a couple of speakers.
Okay, hang on one second, Mr. Villalobos. Commissioner Blau, your hand's up. You're muted.
Yeah, question for staff. A little confused here. How did we get to 11 units on a five parcels on the map?
Chair Farini, Commissioner Blau, the parcels will be zoned R2, so each one will be able to be developed with a duplex as well as an additional ADU, which added all together should equal 12 units for all 4 parcels.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but on the ADU issue, I don't believe we have the ability to contemplate or condition, or it's kind of like we can't do additional parking for ADUs, we can't do additional sewer connections, we can't do water connections. So in my mind, the ADUs don't count, or am I wrong about that?
Chair Farini, Commissioner Blau, you're correct that we are very restricted on what we can require for ADUs. The way the county is currently processing them is they get just a building permit for it, and zoning staff reviews it for consistency with the LUDC, and that's about it.
That's it. So really, we're talking about 5 parcels, and they're duplex parcels. Am I correct?
4 parcels, and they're duplex parcels, yes.
So that would be 8 units, not 11 or whatever else is being contemplated. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct that the 4 parcels and 2 duplex.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Okay, Mr. Villalobos.
Our first speaker will be Dennis Williams. Mr. Williams, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, we can come back to Mr. Williams. Our next speaker will be Richard Klein.
Thank you. Thank you to the commissioners, and particularly for your attentiveness on a long day of issues. We have been residents of Los Alamos for 33 years. We own the property at 745-747 Shaw, which is the west end of Shaw Street, and is a part of what seems to have been overlooked, an area that was approved as a private driveway by the county a number of years ago. As you've noted, it is not as wide as is required for a roadway anywhere in the county. This is a private driveway. I've heard noted that it was 17 and a half feet wide. That's at its widest. And clearly, the majority of the road is less than that, closer to 14 or 15 feet. And as you can tell, it's certainly inadequate for two trucks or two large vehicles to be passing each other in opposite directions. Shaw Street is the epitome of small town living. It is a perfect example of part of what makes Los Alamos such a wonderful community in which to raise kids. As you saw from the photos, it's used for bicyclists, it's used for strollers, it's used for a significant amount of pedestrian traffic. And the size really prohibits, without destroying the essence and the safety of that street or that driveway, with the expansion as proposed by Mr. Rufino. There's the danger that exists with significant increased traffic, and it is questionable at best as to whether this indeed is a significant safety hazard. And I would urge you to consider the safety and health of our community, in addition to the nature of how this street is currently used, in making your consideration. I do believe that the county could be potentially liable for allowing significantly increased traffic and the challenge that comes from emergency vehicles potentially trying to reach a person who is injured or impaired in this area, and the impairment that is caused as a result of the increased development. Finally, the parking issue that's been discussed is also a vital issue because, again, cars parked on Shaw Street at its very narrowest areas, which has very close immediacy to Mr. Rufino's project, could very easily block the vehicles, safety vehicles from getting in, fire truck, police, and so forth. It is been noted that cars parked in a fire lane can be towed, but as well you are aware, in the case of an emergency, calling for a tow truck because a car is parked in a fire lane is problematic. It simply would not be moved quickly enough. And further, we're now saying that it's up to the community to note when these cars are parked improperly and call for assistance. I think, we can anticipate that that's going to occur, and I think it's well within reason. I think there also are the issues of the fact that over 200 people have signed a petition. I suggest that when you find over 15% of an entire community of all residents at all ages having protested a development, that should tell you that there is significant opposition and concern about this development. So we would respectfully request that you reject the plan as proposed unless it has the significant changes which would be required in order to protect our community, in order to continue to allow Shaw Street to be a safe and appropriate place for the residents to enjoy. Thank you.
Our next speaker, I believe, pre-registered to speak on our last item. That's Michael English, but just in case he wanted to speak on this one, Mr. English, if you wanted to speak on this item, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you. I am a resident of Nolita. I guess it's not quite Goleta, but living just down off Patterson, past the area where this development is intended to go in. And I've just noted that there is a lot of traffic in the area. It's increased recently. and that with the density of housing, which is, I believe, intended to go there, I understand that
Mr.
they're
English?
talking about just dividing
English,
this. Yes.
Can you hear me there?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
We're on item 3. This is a Los Alamos lot project.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was speaking to the.
Yeah, that was completed right before lunch.
Oh, I apologize then.
Join us earlier next time.
I will do that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Villalobos, were we going to try Mr. Williams again?
Yes, I had left Mr. Williams open this entire time, hoping that he would. I know Mr. Williams has been here the entire time, so I'm not sure if he may have stepped away from his computer.
Okay.
I can continue to leave it open if he comes back, but I'll leave it to you whether or not to leave public comment open or close it.
All right. Well, we'll go back. Hey, planning commissioners, let's do this. We're going to hear from the applicant and the appellant one more time. And then when they finish their rebuttal, then let's have you all ask your questions of them. Okay. So next up will be the appellant rebuttal. Mr. Steiner.
Thank you. First of all, regarding the petition, it was signed by over 200 Los Alamos residents and a handful from Buellton who have faced issues with planning in their communities near their homes, and they were not pleased with how that was dealt with. That's why 4 signed the petition. I can assure you that this issue is well known to the folks in town here. The petition read just 1 paragraph. Everyone read it. We discussed it. And I should say also that I stopped soliciting signatures many weeks ago. And if I hadn't, there would be many more than 200 who would have willingly and happily signed because of their concerns about what's happening, what may happen. Secondly, with regard to Mr. Ruffino's plans, he stated in his permit application to P&D on page 10, item E, how will the project affect the existing uses of the property? In his words, it would allow for full potential use of the parcels. That means full build out. Further, with regard to maintenance costs for Shaw Street, which we all pay for, I had told Ms. Romero that she could see everything she wanted to see, and I never heard from her again. There's nothing to be hidden here. The section of road that Mr. Ruffino would widen amounts to approximately 8% of the private road, yet he would seek access to 100% of it, perhaps even without chipping in. And lastly, in the zoning administrator's hearing, I was surprised, disappointed, taken aback by comments that Ms. Romero made. She said that I was bullying her client. Well, it sounds like it was based on what Mr. Ruffino put before the sheriff's office days before the zoning administrator's hearing. The only reason for him doing it, I can imagine, was to reduce my credibility. He filed a complaint that I had gone to his home.
So, Mr. Steiner, I'm going to stop you there. I did talk to you earlier and discuss with you. I don't want any personal issues here. Okay, this is about the project from planning and development standpoint, not your personal interactions with the applicant. So you have to stay within those bounds.
I was just responding
Thank you.
to Ms. Romero. Finally, on that, there was a development done in the southern portion of Santa Maria, and a long letter came from one of the residents there to the zoning administrator. I don't know if it was part of this package for this hearing, but it describes a whole host of problems with Mr. Ruffino's construction there. An ongoing dispute, poor workmanship, lots of problems. I'll end my rebuttal at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Park, I think you had some questions of Mr. Steiner.
Yes, I do. And my wife left the tea kettle on. Oh, good. All right. She apologizes, I'm sure. So, Mr. Steiner, I'm kind of struggling with how LawPac fits into this. And so bear with me a little bit. Have you made an effort to get on the LawPac agenda, to have a LawPac consider this controversy?
Yes, I would say I have. The chair of LawPac had been Chris Rather, and he's been opposed to this Ruffino project, by the way. He was replaced by Brad Vidro, and I think this was because of Joan Hartman's desire to have that take place. But originally, going back a couple of years, this all goes back to 2017, when Mr. Ruffino originally planned Fox and Access. But back a couple of years ago, when I met with the original planner prior to Mr. Singer, Eric Gomez, we were joined by Eric's supervisor, and we met outside the offices of West Foster Road. And she said that she was planning to go with this to LawPac. And we talked about a particular month. And fine. Then all of a sudden, that all evaporated. And it seems, as Joan Hartman explained to me, LawPac didn't have to take this on because there were only 4 lots involved, not 5. But it was never pursued as something that LawPac could do if it desired to do it. That was never.
Have you pursued it? Have you tried to get it in front of LawPac?
Well, now with the new LawPac chair, I don't think he's amenable to that. I've spoken briefly.
Okay. So you've tried, and then you've heard from him that they don't want to do it. As
Well,
he
it
sees it.
wasn't formal, but I spoke with him about the project, and this is what I gathered. There was no formal refusal. I would still love to have it. The town would love to have that opportunity to get together and then have some effect on the outcome.
Now, what do you think would be gained for the town to talk about it in front of LawPac that hasn't already occurred at the community meeting that occurred in January, was it of this year?
Well,
what would be the difference?
Yeah, I've been a member of LawPac myself, not currently, but in the past, and the turnouts are humongous. So many folks show up in the past at our senior center pre-COVID. And what happens as a result, we vote on it after the community has its say, and our vote has some weight with the supervisors. And we're lacking that now entirely.
Now, a second question for you, Mr. Steiner. I understand your legal position to be, if I'm hearing it right, that there may be legal access from Foxen to this property along Shaw Street, but that there is not any legal access from the property on the remaining portion of Shaw Street. I think that's your position, is it not?
That's what we've been told by our attorney, yes.
Okay. And assuming that you're right, that it's only from Foxen to the property and otherwise no access on Shaw Street, does that prohibit the ability to divide the parcel as the application is today? In other words, what difference does it make?
Well, the parcels wouldn't have the ability to actually drive on most of Shaw Street then.
Right. And then does that mean that therefore the tentative parcel map could not be granted?
Well, I don't know about the procedures and legalities to that degree. I would just not want to see this move slowly down the road with some weak premises that it's all based on, and it gets harder and harder to turn it back. It's such an important thing for the town.
And I'll ask county council this. I'm just trying to get what your position is. So that's all right. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Park. Okay, no other questions of the commissioners. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I just have one. Mr. Singer, do you have the preliminary title report as part of the package for this lot split?
Chair Freeney, Commissioner.
If I could read the preliminary title report, I'm sure I could figure out rather quickly whether or not he has access to Shaw Street, because the easement that benefits those parcels will show on the preliminary title report. And maybe Ms. Kim could actually weigh in and tell me easier than that. Does he have access to the easement, the right of way for Shaw Street?
Thank you, Commissioner Blau, through the chair. I have had a chance to look at that. I think the most helpful thing is to look at the board's resolution. There's a map attached to that, and it shows the shaded area as including that portion of Shaw Street that abuts this particular property. And that map actually refers to another parcel map that similarly shows, the entire Shaw Street as being the property that the county vacated. And we did have a chance to review the title report as well, which confirms that there is an easement there for ingress and egress.
For the benefit of this project. Because normally when you vacate a right-of-way or a street, you have to give it back to the parcel that gave it up to begin with. So if the original road right-of-way that was vacated was a portion of this parcel, then if it's vacated, it goes back to this parcel. So you're telling me that they do have access rights on Shaw Street to these 4 new parcels. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's all of Shaw Street? Ms. Kim, is that all of Shaw Street?
It goes down, if you look at the map, close to the circle. So I think the reference to 17.5 feet is the width of the easement, not the length of the easement.
No, but I mean to both ends of Shaw Street. You heard the contention by the appellant that the resolution you're referring to only gives egress and ingress out to Foxen, but not to the rest of Shaw Street in the other direction. And I'd want to know if you agree with that or not.
I believe it gives it to the entire, all the way to Foxen on one end and to the circle on the other.
Got it. Thank you.
And that would make sense. I mean, that's what I would expect to have occurred. So they have the entitlement to the entire 17.5 feet.
Correct.
And just to go back to Mr. Singer, I think the minimum requirement for the fire department, if I remember correctly, is 16 feet. In other words, if I give them an access right for 16 feet, that meets the county standard?
Chair Freeney, Commissioner Blau, 16 feet sounds correct for what I've seen, though I'll also add that the fire department is requiring the portion of that road along this property to be widened past the existing 17.5 feet.
Okay, so my point is that the applicant has a 17.5-foot right of way, and he may have to widen a portion of it on his property to satisfy the fire department, but that he's agreed to do, and that's a condition that the county can impose.
Correct.
Okay, I'm real clear on it. Thank you.
Okay, no more questions from the commission for Mr. Steiner. Commissioner Bradley? You're muted.
I just had a question from Ms. Romero.
What we're gonna do is Ms. Romero will give her rebuttal, and then we'll ask questions. Okay. Ms. Romero.
Well, thank you, Chair Farini. It's hard to know where to start. I will say that the assertions about how dangerous Shaw Street is are concerning for just if it's as bad as everyone says it is. I mean, there's a part of me that says it ought to just be closed at this point, but based on the traffic collision data over the last 3 years, there haven't been any collisions, and there really haven't been any records in the area for 50 years. I would think that intuitively, by widening 160 feet of this and having just that last 100 feet be a bottleneck, if you will, that the visibility would be better. There would be far less area where somebody would have to back out to Foxen or to pull to a side. So I'm pretty sure that by widening it, we're going to be improving it for everybody. I do want to thank County Council for taking a look at those exhibits. Those are the same exhibits that our surveyor referenced when they initially prepared this map. And thank you for going on record with that. Also wanted to state that we're creating 3 additional parcels. The parcel that fronts on Main Street is already developed with a single family home, and there are no plans I'm aware of to demolish that and replace it with a duplex. So Mr. Ruffino is looking at the other 3 resulting parcels, and I'm sure if there's a potential for an ADU on that first unit, he will take advantage of that, but there won't be 8 duplexes to my knowledge. And as far as percentages, I wanted to thank Mr. Steiner for sharing that about 8% of the private road would be in front of Mr. Ruffino's home. And if I'm counting right with the other 18 members, if every member had 8%, that would be 96% plus Mr. Ruffino. So it seems that proportionately we're kind of there for making sure that 100% of Shaw Street's handled. And I did want to say that if indeed I did receive, if a response was sent from Mr. Steiner regards to Sacramento to maintenance and things of that nature, I did not receive it, and certainly that is possible, but had I received it, I would have definitely replied. I think other than that, we're just hopeful that you'll agree with the zoning administrator based on the facts of this site. I don't believe that going to LAWPAC necessarily changes anything. We had good participation at the meeting that Supervisor Hartman hosted, and LAWPAC indeed is advisory, and we took the comments we received at that meeting as advisory as well. So I just want to thank you for your time and look forward to any questions and deliberation that you have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Romero. Commissioner Bradley. You're muted.
I was a little confused about the flow chart of the parcel, that there's emergency access and that 3, 4, and 5 can go out to Shaw Street and everything comes in from Main Street, the whole circulation thing. I was a little confused about that still.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, one thing I want to say, we've only got four parcels total. So there's no fifth parcel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
And-
right.
And David, if you want to put that slide back up, we can walk through that. It can be confusing.
Because I think Ms. Romero, that you kind of organized this as something of a compromise, right? With hearing the neighbors' concerns about access to Shaw Street.
Well, absolutely. As I said, I was hired in December, and then I was told we were doing a community meeting in January. And we all know that December is impossible to get anything done. So in January, I was working between Will and Fire and Caltrans to say, well, how can we make this better? And I was told that we were going to have an emergency gate between the lot that fronts on Main Street and the other three gates. And so I started thinking, I'm like, well, why can't we egress onto Main Street? I mean, I get we can't enter the site from, there we go. We're unable to enter the site and access proposed parcels 1, 2, and 3 from Main Street because of the distance, and Will Robertson can speak better about this because of the Caltrans conflicts. But to me, we were going to allow emergency vehicles to come in along from Main Street through parcel 4 through an emergency gate. We would allow them to come in or out. It was kind of like, well, why can't we allow, large vehicles to also go out so that, when they come in through Shaw Street, they can go through the site and keep going straight out. So it took a lot of work between Fire and Roads and Caltrans. And quite frankly, it took Supervisor Hartman's office to persuade Caltrans that was okay and acceptable. And as a result of that, they amended their condition letter. To me, it just seemed like a better solution. I mean, what the downside for parcel 4, whoever lives there, is that, they will have people driving in the front of their house along their private driveway area. But that was the trade-off that Mr. Ruffino decided to make to help alleviate the traffic backing up or turning around and going back out Shaw Street. So yeah, it was totally voluntary, and I was really excited about it when I got everybody to agree. And my bubble got burst soon enough, but I was happy for a few hours.
Okay, thank you. That explains that it's not both access. It's not that straightforward. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Commissioner Braggley. Commissioner Park?
Yes, Ms. Romero, you earlier mentioned the turnout at the January 2021 meeting. What was the turnout of people that weren't drawing paychecks from the county of Santa Barbara? There are people like that left in this world. Go ahead.
To be honest, I didn't count, but there were quite a few. I'm sure that Supervisor Hartman's office would probably have some sort of list or something. I was just, as I said, I wasn't.
Was it 5? Was it 100? Was it?
It wasn't 100 and it wasn't 5. It was probably in the teens for sure.
Okay. So now I'm going to switch gears on you, and I'm going to ask a question that interests me, and no one's addressed this so far, and maybe none of you can address it, but you're probably as likely to be able to answer this as anyone. We have a range of lot sizes for this development, and I'm most particularly concerned with parcels 2, 3, and 4 because they're sort of the new ones. And what's the range of size there? Was it about 15,000 feet to 20,000, something like that?
12,000 is the smallest. 2 of them are in the 19,000 square foot range, and I think the other one is 14,000. So they're good size lots.
But the 12,000, is it the front one off of Main?
Ben, can you help me out there?
Yes.
Correct.
You're correct.
Parcel
Okay,
4
so-
is the one off of Main, and it's proposed 12,415.
And the others are in the 19,000 foot range and so forth, right?
We have 16,980
17,947 and 19,305.
Yeah, between a third and a half an acre. So, and see, Ms. Romero, this is reminding me of a case I brought in front of this planning commission years ago, and I'm now kind of remembering, where I looked at the average lot size of the opponents. And so maybe you know this. You showed a slide where you showed all the lots to the south or the other side of Shaw Street and mentioned how many of them had been split and so forth. What's the average lot size of those lots?
Those lots are 7R1 zoned, and the ones at 750, 760, 780, 79, 790 Shaw Street are 0.2 to 0.23 acres.
So they're smaller than the proposed lots.
Yes, they are.
That row of lots along that other side of the street are approximately 2/3 the size of the lots that Mr. Ruffino is proposing.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that argument worked for me then, but you'll have to think about that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any further questions. We can go ahead and close the public hearing then, and then move on to if any commissioners have more questions or into deliberations. Commissioner Blau?
I'm not sure this is a question or deliberation, but you can, Public Works or whoever can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you illegally park a car or a vehicle in a fire lane, they don't bother with the tow truck to come get your car. They take the truck or the fire engine and they push that car out of the way. And if there's any damage to your car that the fire department created, you get to pay for it. And if you damage their truck as a result of them pushing out of your way, you pay for that too. So I'm not concerned about someone illegally parking a car in the fire lane. Trust me, EMT or the fire department will take care of it in about 10 seconds. So that's kind of a disingenuous argument for me. And I think the fact too, that if we widen, if we're starting with 17.5 feet and we're widening it, you're not going to have any trouble getting around an illegally parked vehicle in most cases. So if I'm not right about that, staff could correct me. So I'm not sure if that's a question or deliberation.
Okay. Well, the thing that I saw that seems pretty obvious is it's actually an improvement to that narrow road. Could we bring up the last slide that we were just showing when Commissioner Bradley was talking about the traffic study with Ms. Romero, or her traffic patterns? Had the blue and green lines. It was real pretty. There it is.
Circulation plan.
Circulation plan. If I understand it right, is the blue rectangle at the end of parcel 1, is that the widening that the project would do to the road? Mr. Singer?
That is correct.
Okay, so then right now, I think I heard that's about 160 feet long, and then the next lot going towards Foxen is 100 feet. So now instead of a 260-foot narrow spot, which I could see a lot of backing up. I think everybody could see pretty well with just the 100 feet, and both oncoming and outgoing would be able to better accommodate one another's traffic path without backing up. Is that what you see, Mr. Singer?
That is correct. The 160-foot portion would be widened, leaving the 100-foot remaining. And as mentioned in my presentation, we would consider this a beneficial impact to this road.
Okay. All right. Well, I think great. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Singer. That's kind of all I got. Commissioner Park.
So are we in deliberations?
I believe so. We are
Okay.
there.
I think this really isn't my district. This isn't you just saying it is because it's a cannabis project. And just a few things. It does bother me that we have that bottleneck, and I'd like to see it go away if there's going to be more traffic on Shaw. I just don't know how to get there, and I get the point that, well, at least this is doing something. It's improving this part of it, and will it ever get fixed at the Fox End? I don't know. I mean, that property owner has access from Fox and all over their property, so they may never need to do anything. So we'll just have to see about that. And with regard to my point about lot sizes, yeah, these are good sized lots compared to the rest of the neighborhood. On the other hand, they're zoned so that they'll take duplexes. And so they'll wind up with duplexes on them instead of single family residences like on the other side of Shaw. And they will have ADUs. I mean, I stood there with Mr. Ruffino and he told me he wants to build them out and he was very honest about it. And there's actually some kind of odd laws relating to ADUs on multifamily zone parcels with multifamily dwellings. So we'll see how that goes. What I'm struggling with the most is maybe I'm just feeling lazy, but I really would have liked to have had LawPac weigh in on this thing one way or the other. And there's a process there. It is different than the community meeting that was done in January, as commendable as that was. And I heard a lot about it. It was a good thing to have done. But I'd rather see, I'd like to see what LawPac had to say. But, I would have liked to have seen from Mr. Steiner a letter that says, hello, LawPac, will you take this up on your agenda? And I haven't seen that. I haven't seen much of anything related to LawPac. And I wish they were involved, because then they would explore issues more deeply than I could, and I would feel more comfortable making a decision. So I actually would like to continue this for some period of time, 60 days or something, and have somebody apply to LawPac and get an answer. Either one, sure, we want to talk about it, or two, no, it's because it's a TPM and not a tract map, we won't. The distinction between a TPM and a tract map here, if we're in Bakersfield, that's a huge distinction. If we're here, how many big tracts are we going to see in Los Alamos? I think most of Los Alamos, the development of it will be infill type things on lots like this that'll all be kind of this size. And it would be nice to hear what LawPac had to say. So I'm pretty close to saying, yeah, I think we got to approve this project, but I'd rather continue it and have a chance for LawPac to look at it. So that's where I am.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with Commissioner Park on that last issue. I'd be prepared, given the evidence we have received, to approve the project and let it go at present. But it concerns me, in all the years I've been on the commission, this is the first significant Los Alamos project that hasn't had LawPac's review and input. And as a result, I think we are having to at least approve this project over the objection of a significant number of people whose address is in Los Alamos. I don't like that kind of democracy to simply say, well, it's not required for LawPac to do it. That was never presented to the Planning Commission as an issue of why LawPac wasn't involved. On the other hand, I don't want to impose procedure that the LawPac itself doesn't want to undertake. So if Commissioner Park's suggestion is that the matter be referred to LawPac for its consideration, and it has the right to recommend or not that it take under consideration the merits of the controversy, that would satisfy me. I just want to give them a shot at it, because if 200 people, and I didn't count, there may be less than 200, but there are a lot of people that signed the petition basically saying, yeah, we're concerned to add traffic and it's a health and safety hazard. This is the kind of thing that should be decided locally if we have that vehicle available. So I don't know if we need 60 days for LAWPAC to say yes or no. We'll consider it, in which case we can take it off calendar and wait for their recommendation.
Chair Farini, this is Travis Sears. If I could just chime in for 1 second, if that was okay.
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to just relay the information that I discovered when researching LAWPAC over this issue. It is an advisory committee and they do have bylaws, but the bylaws do not describe which projects have to go. Which projects that have to go before advisory committees was institutionalized by a director memo. And it was, in the 2000s, I can't remember the exact date. It clearly outlined which projects went to LAWPAC, and the tentative parcel map is not one of those projects that can go before it. So I am concerned that the department cannot compel this project to go to LAWPAC. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. Director Plowman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding, and I was part of conversations with the 3rd District about whether or not how this project would be reviewed, I would say. And it's my understanding that 3rd District did reach out to the community and lead a community discussion about the project because LAWPAC didn't have purview over it. And so there was community input as part of the process.
Okay. That's helpful for me. Commissioner Bradley.
Thank you. Am I audible?
You're-
Yeah.
yeah.
So the lovely work of the PACs in the county has gone on. Well, I mean, I've tracked them for like 35 years, right? And again, I must have been 15 when I started, according to Mr. Cooney. But
That's right.
I'm concerned about this concept with the process because PACs are convened to help with long-range planning documents, and they go out into the community, and it's a long and arduous process. I remember the Toro Canyon plan, as does Commissioner Cooney. I really remember the Montecito Community Plan, the Summerlin Community Plan, the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, all of these up and down. And so a more recent one is the Los Alamos Plan. But once the plans are adopted by the decision makers all through the county and by the board, then their role really stops. They're not another SBAR. They're not another, unless you have some, I don't know, to lean on them, I guess maybe the feeling and I'm not familiar with Los Alamos at all compared to Commissioner Park and Blau and Farini, but I would be a little bit worried because if we do it for Los Alamos PAC, then who's going to say that, well, we should throw something in front of the Summerlin Community Association or the, Toro Canyon Advisory Committee or something, or maybe those are so old that they're not on our radar. But in terms of process, what they do is they help develop the plan. And once the plan's adopted, they're not really there for going back to all the time, right? I mean, I guess I'm looking to Director Plowman to confirm my understanding.
Yeah, Commissioner Bradley through the chair, that's correct. They are usually disbanded at this point. And in fact, we will not be staffed in the future. And so
really?
the department won't be. If the 3rd District is going to take on some role in working with them, but typically they disband after the development of the plan.
Right. And the fact that the 3rd District, office had this community outreach, I feel like it's gotten some good attention, but it's not 2nd District. So I'm just process thing.
No, I think that's correct. And I think those meetings were to serve as a a way for the community to express their thoughts about the project. Because as I said, the provisions for the PACs just define what types of projects go before them.
What do you say, Commissioner Bradley? Any?
Oh, no, I agree with staff. And remember, this is a parcel map. It's not a subdivision map, development plan, CUP, or the bigger, juicier cases that we normally wrestle with. It's a parcel map, and it's here because it's an appeal. So it's another order of magnitude to keep in mind.
Okay, Commissioner.
Yeah, if you're calling on me, I normally would not. I normally do not oppose a continuance for reasons I've stated before. This one, I probably would not want to see it continued. As I understand it, it's up to Supervisor Hartman to appoint the PAC chairpersons and the people that serve on the PAC. I'm actually kind of glad to see a new PAC chairperson. I remember just a few years ago to where it was misrepresented to us that the PAC met and was not in favor of a particular project, and that was not the case. The chairman and two members got together and made the decision and misled us. I've heard testimony today that said that the chairman of the PAC doesn't want to hear this project because it's not appropriate for the PAC to weigh in. The fact that Supervisor Hartman reached out to the public, got public comment, and that she apparently is satisfied with their role. I'm prepared to approve the project today. So that's my deliberation, I guess, if you want to call it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll add in there. I would tend to align with your thoughts, Commissioner Blau. The way I look at this is a tough project. Although it seems controversial on paper, I don't see the outpouring of concern really from the community. I get the gathering of signatures, but it doesn't have the impact to me that if there were a lot of people in here telling us how they see themselves being impacted. But I think as a commission, we're in a bit of a tough spot here because of the alleged controversy. Maybe we want to kick this one down the road a little bit and let somebody else make the decision. But we get paid big money to be here for this all-day meeting. And so sometimes we have to make some tough choices. This is another one. This is probably going to go to the Board of Supervisors. And I think the project applicant should be able to get his project up there if the appellant is probably going to appeal up to the board. I haven't seen anything really in the project that's glaring other than it's ultimately an improvement. It helps the county accomplish more goals by getting needed housing. He's not stuffing them in there. They're large lot sizes. It's to me, it's a great project. We've been confused. Well, it's 5 lots. Well, no, it's really 4. It's really just 3 more. It's not a subdivision. It's just a tract. But it's a tough call. I get it, and I really have, I guess, compassion for Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Park on how they see that we should run this back down the ladder. I just feel like we've already passed that, and that there's a good project to support here. Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
Just quickly, Mr. Chair, I was remiss in suggesting that LawPAC be the entity consulted on this, and I didn't realize it was formed for the purpose of advising the commission and the Board of Supervisors about the adoption of a community plan. That is the case in Toro Canyon and Montecito and other areas of the county where they had a narrow purpose. They weren't an ongoing arbitrary body that made decisions that could be referred to other decision makers. So it's been helpful to me to get that understanding with regard to the LAWPAC. And I don't think they have the authority I thought they did to review every project that came along. So I'm going to vote in favor of this subdivision. The normal process would be for the appellant to refer it to the Board of Supervisors if that's his decision, and we should let that go as is.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Park?
You know, a final word from me anyway about the LAWPAC. My gut reaction to reference to the PAC, Teeny PAC, is the same as Commissioner Bridley's. And I thought they were for creating community plans and so forth. That's why it was a little bit of a revelation to me to have staff say, well, no, we're required to send over to them tract maps and so forth. And well, okay, that's kind of inconsistent with the idea that they only exist to look at community plans and that they should be disbanded. So that's a bit of a mystery to me how this is working. But another mystery to me that makes me uncertain about this whole idea of LAWPAC considering it is, you know, that community meeting, I think it was January 21, wasn't it? I mean, it's something like that. It was last January. That's what is that, 10 months ago? And if there was going to be an effort to refer it to LAWPAC, it should have been done. I mean, you know, you send a letter and say, please consider this, here's 200 people in this community want to do this. I mean, it is juicy to use Commissioner Bradley's words when you got over 200 people concerned about it. But I'm kind of wondering, you know, should it wait 10 months and come to this stage and then it's up to a planning commission to say, where's LAWPAC? I mean, somebody should have done that already. So I would like to make a motion to continue it. But if I did, I would lose 4-1 or at least 3-2. So I think what I'm going to do is shut up and let somebody else make a motion on the project.
Well, I'll weigh in.
Like that.
I'll move for staff's approval of the project.
That would be denial of the appeal?
That's correct. Yeah, denial of the appeal and a de novo approval of the project.
Commissioner Cooney?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well done. Well done.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well done, Chair Farini. Wow, we just
Commissioner
good
Cooney,
clip here.
we're gonna get you out 5 minutes early. We got Commissioner Bridley, heard you right on time. And now
Very
we're
good. That's good time management.
If only there were a baseball practice, right?
No, I wish it was. This is actually another meeting, but thank you all for a great day. We'll see you next week.
So,
Hang on,
Mr. Chair.
Director Plowman is gonna talk
Yeah,
to us.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I have one small announcement to make. I learned after our discussion this morning that the scoping hearing for the Ag Enterprise Ordinance is Monday at 5:30 p.m. And so I have arranged to meet with Commissioner Park and hopefully Chair Farini before that meeting. So we will have a conversation about just the process and whatnot before that. But notices have gone out for that.
Could someone send me a link to that? Or where would
We
I
will.
find that?
Yes.
That'd be great.
Mr. Villalobos is going to be sending that out to all the commissioners.
Great. Yay,
Yeah.
that's progress, Commissioner Park, yay.
And that way you get the NOP and you get an idea of what the ordinance is going to be and all that stuff. It's good for you to have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
All right, now we're done. Okay?
Okay. Thank
See you next
you.
week. Okay, bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Thank you.